Chapter 1336. This time, the flaming youth was shocked and he screamed. He did not expect that Su-Mo was from the Tianwu continent. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he could kill so many people in an instant. No wonder he could possess both the ice and fire attributes. Su-Mo was a genius martial artist from the Tianwu continent. No, I have to send this news back. Kid, you surprised me. I did not expect you to be from the Tianwu continent. But you are too arrogant. Do you really think you can kill me? Just you wait. When you send the news back, the Black Dragon sect will send real experts to kill you. After saying that, the flaming youth turned to leave. You want to leave? Do you think that is possible? Lin Xian's body flashed and he appeared in front of the flaming youth, blocking his way. You are courting death. How dare you look down on me? The flaming youth was furious. The reason why he did not attack was because Su-Mo was too mysterious and possessed both the ice and fire attributes. However, this did not mean that he could tolerate being looked down on. He was the third branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and a genius of the Tiannan region. Kid, so what if you are from the Tianwu continent? I will let you know how powerful I am. The flaming youth's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, a ball of orange flames appeared in his palm. It was like a cloud floating in his palm. Fire cloud earth fire. Kid, go to hell. When the cloud-like red flames appeared, they emitted a blazing heat. The aura was twice as strong as the previous flames. I have just obtained the fire cloud earth fire and did not want to use it. I did not expect to meet you. Kid, you should be proud to die under my fire cloud earth fire. The flaming youth's voice was cold and there was a trace of madness in his eyes. After that, the cloud-like flames quickly merged with his right palm and his aura suddenly increased by 3 times. Ha 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 ha. So what if you are from the Tianwu continent? I have merged with the fire cloud earth fire. Even an 8th level honored martial artist is no match for me. Go to hell. Fire cloud palm. The flaming youth shouted angrily and struck out with his palm. A red palm left countless afterimages in the air and struck towards Lin Xian. This was the flaming youth's trump card and his greatest trump card. Lin Xian shook his head in disdain, too weak. The next moment, he also slowly raised his palm, and countless black flames appeared in his palm. Then, he gently pressed forward. Boom! The void collapsed, and a pitch-black black hole appeared. It was as if a giant abyss beast was going to swallow everything around it. In the next moment, something strange happened. Everything around him began to burn rapidly and silently, disappearing into thin air. There was not even a sound. However, this silent burning was too terrifying. Nothing could stop it. The flaming youth revealed a look of horror once again because he found that the fire cloud chapter he had shot out had disappeared without a trace in an instant. What flames? Is terrifying. How? This was because the terrifying black flames had enveloped him in an instant. In the next moment, his palm quickly turned into ashes and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the palm, but the entire body of the flaming youth was engulfed by the black flames in an instant and burned to a crisp. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian was expressionless as if he had done something insignificant. He waved his hand and recalled the black flames. Then, he turned around and left. The pavilion was still the same, but there was no one inside. Not only that, but all of the Black Dragon sect's forces around the Sword Pool Mansion had been uprooted by Lin Xian. No one survived, no one escaped, and no one was able to spread the news. Therefore, the surroundings of the Sword Pool Mansion had become dead silent. Perhaps the Black Dragon sect did not expect their forces to be wiped out in an instant. Lin Xian arrived in front of the Sword Pool mansion now that there was no trouble around. He was not the only one. This time, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan had all come. The four of them looked at the ice mountain in front of them with furrowed brows. Ruffian dragon, set up a formation. I don't want to be disturbed when I'm breaking the ice, Lin Xian said. That's easy. The dark red divine dragon casually set up a set of array formation, enveloping the entire Sword Pool mansion. Even if they turned the place upside down, no one outside would notice anything unusual. Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the black flames danced quickly. Then, he pressed forward. Bang! When his palm touched the ice in front of him, there was a tremor. Even the air buzzed as if it could not withstand it. What a terrifying power of ice! Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the power of ice could resist his black flames. It was unbelievable. One had to know that his black flames were no ordinary flames. They came from the body of the heavenly netherbird. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. However, the ice in front of him could resist it. It was amazing. No wonder the Sword Pool mansion was still safe and sound after such a long time. It was because no one could break through the power of ice. Even if Lin Xian did not make a move, the Nether Hall and the Flaming Youth would not be able to break through the ice. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The black flames around his body burned, forming a terrifying flame aura that quickly poured into his palm. Finally, the ice mountain in front of him melted. However, this speed was extremely slow. If he wanted to dissolve the entire Sword Pool mansion, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. No, it's too slow. Lin Xian retracted his palm and shook his head. Although he could hide it for a while, he could not hide it forever. He believed that it would not take long for the Black Dragon cult to react. At that time, they would definitely send a large number of experts. Ordinary supremacies would be easy to deal with, but if a half-step king or the Black Dragon cult's leader personally came, things would be troublesome. He did not want to fight against the Black Dragon cult's leader. Therefore, he had to think of another way to save the Sword Pool mansion. Why don't we do it together? I'll help you break through it. Murong Qingqing said from the side. Luo Bingshan also gripped her treasured blade tightly. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would immediately make a move. The dark red dragon touched his chin and carefully observed the ice mountain in front of him. He even used a secret technique. Why does this thing sound so familiar? Where have I heard of it? The dark red dragon was suspicious. Then, he exclaimed, what? Could it be that kind of thing? But how was this possible? Why would that thing appear here? Even the Sky Martial continent did not have the qualifications to appear here. Chapter 1337. What? Could it be that kind of thing? But how was that possible? How could that thing appear here? Even the Sky Martial continent did not have the qualifications to appear here. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. What is it? Lin Xian asked. He rarely saw the dark red divine dragon with such a surprised expression. Sea God Ice, an extremely terrifying type of ice. The dark red divine dragon said. Then it quickly walked to the front, wanting to verify it. It quickly waved its dragon claws, and a dark red light pierced forward. The ice in front of it moved, and the surface was like water ripples, quickly rippling. That's right, it's the Sea God Ice. The aura was terrifying, dark blue, and when it was attacked, it would produce ripples like the sea. These were the characteristics of the Sea God Ice. Brat, I'm getting more and more curious about your family. They actually have the Sea God Ice. The dark red divine dragon was right. He was indeed curious. First, Lin Xian's father was so terrifying. Not only did he become a king, he even controlled a dragon vein. Now, Lin Xian's family had a miraculous item like the Sea God's Ice. Sea God Ice? What is that? This time, not only Lin Xian, even Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were puzzled because they had never heard of this name. Of course you don't know, because even in the Sky Martial continent, there is no such thing. The dark red divine dragon explained, this is a type of ice called the Sea God Ice. It's very strange, even a king would be moved by it. In the past, there was a legend that there was a continent, but it was later broken up and formed many continents. And in between those broken continents, there was an endless sea. It is said that there was once a god who descended and used the power of ice to freeze the endless sea. Although it was destroyed later on, the remaining pieces of ice gathered together and formed the unique Sea God's Ice. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's explanation, Lin Xian and the others opened their mouths wide. Freezing the endless sea. This Sea God's Ice was too terrifying. One must know that although the Sky Martial continent was huge, the surrounding endless sea was even bigger than the Sky Martial continent. To be able to freeze the sea, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Perhaps even a king would not be able to do such a thing. Are you sure this is the Sea God's Ice? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect his family to have such an item. I'm also suspicious. How could such a magical thing appear in such a remote place? But from the looks of it now, it's true. It's just that there aren't many of them, said the dark red dragon. Even though it covers the entire mountain manor, it's probably the size of the Sea God Ice. It's only the size of a fingernail. Brat, this is a great opportunity. If you can absorb this Sea God's Ice, your ice martial soul will definitely improve greatly. I don't dare to say anything else, but at least it won't be weaker than the Black Flame martial spirit. Really? Lin Xian was excited. He didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Indeed, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was the strongest martial soul. The second was the Black Flame martial spirit, and the third was the Thunder martial spirit. The Ice martial spirit that he had condensed the earliest was currently the weakest. Other than the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was an offensive saint art. The Black Flame martial spirit came from the heavenly Netherbird, and the Thunder martial spirit was formed from the 6,000-year-old purple Thunder divine bamboo. Only the Ice martial spirit was considered his most ordinary one. But now, he had found a piece of Sea God's Ice. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly Nether Black Flame. If he could absorb the Sea God's Ice, his Ice martial soul would definitely improve greatly. Since he knew the benefits of the Sea God's Ice, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. In the next moment, he sat down cross-legged and used his Ice martial soul to quickly absorb the frost energy in front of him. This time, it could be said that Lin Xian was going all out. However, the Sea God's Ice was a magical item. Its power was even above the heavenly Nether Black Flame. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was extremely powerful, his absorption speed was not fast. At this rate, it would take a long time. On the side, Murong Qingqing also frowned. No, Lin Xian, don't be too impulsive. This kind of frost energy is very dangerous. If you absorb too much, it will definitely be a huge burden on your body. She was right. This kind of frost energy was too terrifying. No one below the King realm dared to absorb too much. Otherwise, their bodies would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian was different. This was because he cultivated the Furious Dragon Incantation. This was an Earth Tier cultivation technique. Moreover, it was an Earth Tier cultivation technique that increased the strength of one's body and blood. At this point, Lin Xian's Furious Dragon Incantation was at the 3rd level. The blood in his body was exuberant like a furnace, burning fiercely. Therefore, his body could withstand more cold ice chi than ordinary martial artists. Streams of frost energy rushed out from the ice mountain in front of him and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. During this process, the overflowing frost made Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the others feel uncomfortable. One could imagine just how much power of frost Lin Xian was enduring right now. Gradually, a layer of blue ice appeared on his body. It was as if he had turned into an iceman. Although Murong Qingqing and the others were worried, they did not act rashly. This was because they could clearly sense that although Lin Xian's body was covered in blue ice, the blood in his body was very exuberant. It was roaring like an angry dragon. At this moment, the power of the longevity incantation was also revealed. Lin Xian had not changed his cultivation technique from the beginning. Although the longevity incantation had no grade, it was incomparably mysterious. Even now, he felt that he could not see through it. Now, Lin Xian was madly absorbing the frost energy. The longevity incantation displayed its great power and quickly circulated in his body. Its speed had even surpassed that of an earth-tier cultivation technique. Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit, madly absorbing the frost energy in front of him. The frost on his body became thicker and thicker until it completely enveloped him. Lin Xian, stop. You can't absorb anymore. This is already the limit. Murong Qingqing was anxious. Don't worry, I'm fine. I have the indestructible golden pellet. Even if I'm heavily injured, I can recover in an instant. Lin Xian's voice was firm. There was no fear. Everything was within his calculations. The dark red dragon watched from the side and nodded continuously. It had to be said that Lin Xian's physique was really too powerful. It even surpassed some half-step kings. It was very clear about the power of the Neptune hilt. No one under the king level dared to touch it. Even if they did, they would carefully absorb it. How could they be like Lin Xian, madly swallowing without thinking about the consequences? Lin Xian's physique was indeed powerful. Apart from the furious dragon incantation, he also frequently consumed old-time tea and various other treasures. It could be said that his life force had reached a terrifying level. Don't worry, don't worry. This kid will definitely not seek his own death. The dark red dragon said to Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Chapter 1338. While Lin Xian was absorbing the sea god's ice, the Black Dragon sect had also discovered something strange. The headquarters of the Nether Hall was located in a mountain range in the cloud region of the Xia country. At this moment, a disciple of the Nether Hall was flying towards the headquarters in a hurry. He looked extremely flustered. Reporting, something bad has happened. There has been no news from the Sword Pool Mansion for a day. Soon, the news reached the headquarters of the Nether Hall. No news for a day. Are you sure? The headquarters of the Nether Hall hurriedly checked and found that there had been no news from the 4th Division for a day. This made the hearts of everyone in the headquarters heavy. According to the rules, every division had to report the situation to the headquarters every day. No accidents were allowed to happen. However, there had been no news from the 4th Division for a day. There was only one possibility for this, and that was that something had happened to the 4th Division. Gather the 5th and 3rd Divisions. Hurry and check on the 4th Division. Soon, the 3rd and 5th Divisions received orders and moved quickly. They did not dare to delay the orders from the headquarters. Hence, they rushed to the 4th Division as fast as they could. There were more than 600 people in the 2 divisions. They were all elites. There were 2 7th-rank supremacies in the lead. One of them was a woman in black, while the other was a red-robed old man. The 2 of them led the branch's martial practitioners to look at the 32-story pavilion in front of them and frowned. The surrounding array is not damaged. There are no signs of fighting either. Did no one come? Although there are no signs of fighting, the scene is very strange. There is not a single disciple here. The two of them quickly conversed. Their expressions became even gloomier. Go in and take a look. The leader of the 3rd Division, the woman in black, said coldly as she pointed at a burly man beside her. Immediately, a set of spiritual power armor formed on the burly man's body. Then, he quickly walked forward. He took a deep breath. He held a long saber in one hand and pushed open the door in front of him with the other. Creak. The heavy metal door was pushed open, revealing the situation inside. It was still quiet inside. There was no one inside. Reporting, there is no one. The burly man quickly ran back. The woman in black nodded. However, her expression changed drastically in the next moment. She smelled a faint smell of blood coming from the front. Not good. The black-robed woman's heart skipped a beat. She quickly led the warriors behind her and rushed forward. By the side, the red-robed old man also moved and followed. The two parties quickly scouted and finally arrived at the 23rd floor. When they saw the ground full of corpses and minced meat, they were all stunned. Some of them couldn't even stand it and started vomiting. How was this the 4th Division? This was hell on earth. What shocked them even more was that all the tables, chairs, and furnishings around them were all neat and tidy. There wasn't even a trace of a knife mark. This time, there was no fierce battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Only an instant kill could produce such a result. A peerless expert had appeared and destroyed the 4th Division. The black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This time around, they were here to patrol under orders. But now that a peerless powerhouse had appeared, it was not a good thing for them. That was because the other party was too powerful. They were actually able to slaughter the 4th Division. If they were to fight against them, they would most likely be doomed. However, if they couldn't complete the mission given to them by their superiors, it would be worse than death. In the next moment, the black-clothed woman took a deep breath and said coldly, "Everyone, listen to my orders. With the pavilion as the center, search in all directions. Don't miss any place. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. Focus on the Sword Pool Mansion." The red-robed old man also gave the order to search. Then, close to 600 Black Dragon sect disciples quickly spread out to search. I hope that the peerless powerhouse has already left. The red-robed old man's face was very ugly. He was only from the 5th Division and his strength was slightly weaker than the 4th Division. He didn't want to meet that mysterious peerless powerhouse. However, things didn't go as he wished. Just as the red-robed old man and the black-clothed woman were waiting anxiously, a warrior quickly came to report. "Sir, we found something strange near the Sword Pool Mansion. Let's go." The two of them didn't dare to delay and quickly moved out. Soon, they arrived near the Sword Pool Mansion. "What's wrong?" The two of them looked ahead and quickly sensed, but they didn't find anything. "Sir, it's useless to just sense this time. This was discovered by our people by accident." With that, he slashed forward with his saber. In the next moment, a light screen appeared in the void in front of them and blocked the saber light. "What? There's a defensive formation." Seeing this, the black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man were shocked. They knew that there was a formation set up around them, but the formation that appeared in the sky was definitely not set up by the Black Dragon sect. They couldn't be wrong about that. In other words, someone had set up a formation near the Sword Pool Mansion without them knowing. Thinking about the destruction of the 4th Division, the two of them quickly realized that the other party was definitely targeting the Sword Pool Mansion. What should we do? 3rd Division Master, should we report to the Hall Master immediately? The red-robed old man asked quickly. Humph. Report to the Hall Master. Have you found out what it is? Is there anyone inside? What kind of formation is this? What does it do? The black-clothed woman snorted coldly. 5th Division Master, I know you're afraid of death, but if you can't complete the mission, I'm afraid your outcome will be worse than death. Hearing this, the red-robed old man's body trembled, and then he said dejectedly, All right, I understand. I'll gather people to investigate the formation in front. This formation was naturally set up by the dark red divine dragon. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon, Enchanting, and the rest also saw the situation outside from the formation. They didn't expect that in just a day, the other party would find them. This black dragon sect's speed was quite fast. Enchanting was also surprised. Because from the other party's fighting strength and battle experience, it was indeed a complete mess. Compared to their Sky Marshal continent, it was much worse. However, just from the efficiency of their work, it was not inferior to their king family. In just a day, they had quickly gathered a large number of warriors and found their location. So what if they found it? If they're not strong enough, it's useless. Enchanting snorted coldly. Indeed, although there were many people outside, 500 to 600 people, they were too weak. In their eyes, there was no difference between them and ants. Enchanting didn't even need to take action. The 3 5-star assassins that Luo Bingshan brought with him, with the permission of the dark red divine dragon, began to take action. The 3 assassins' cultivation had reached the 9th heaven supremacy, and with the secret assassination technique, they were able to assassinate a 9th heaven peak existence. Chapter 1339. The 3 assassins were all 9th heaven venerables. With their secret assassination techniques, they could even assassinate peak 9th heaven existences. They could be said to be incomparably powerful. At this moment, dealing with the people outside was simply a piece of cake. However, these 3 assassins were probably used to assassination all year round. Even when facing the ants outside, they did not reveal themselves. Instead, they hid in the void and assassinated. Outside, the black-clothed woman and the red-robed old man quickly ordered their subordinates to gather again and prepare to study the formation ahead. Listen, the formation ahead is very mysterious. It might be where the enemy is hiding. So, later, you must, the black-clothed woman quickly ordered. However, she had only finished speaking when her neck was suddenly pierced. Terrifying blood sprayed all over the ground, and her head fell to the ground. Buzz! This scene stunned everyone. They did not expect the 3rd Division Master to die just like that. They did not even see who had attacked clearly. The red-robed old man at the side was so frightened that he wet his pants. He was originally very timid and very afraid. The scene just now had scared him out of his wits. The 3rd Division Master's head suddenly flew and fell to the ground. The blood that spurted out sprayed all over his face. Screams, horror, shock. All kinds of emotions filled the red-robed old man's mind. He could not imagine who could kill the 3rd Division Master in an instant. After all, the 3rd Division Master was an extremely powerful 7th Heaven Venerables. He was also very famous in the Nether Hall. At this moment, he had died inexplicably just like that. He did not even know who the killer was. Where was it? How did it happen? He did not know at all. However, the red-robed old man did not need to know because in the next moment, his head also flew. Blood sprayed into the sky. Soon, he lost consciousness. The 600 Black Dragon School's disciples at the front were all stunned. They didn't even dare to imagine this scene. Their two leaders had actually died suddenly during the assignment of tasks. Moreover, they had been killed in one move. Even the two division masters did not know how they had died, let alone these people. However, these people were not stupid. Someone who could silently kill a 7th Heaven Venerables was definitely an extremely terrifying killer. There's a peerless killer nearby. Hurry up and run. In an instant, the 600 Black Dragon sect disciples ran in all directions. Like locusts in autumn, they covered the sky. Up in the sky, down on the ground, in all directions, there were people fleeing. In their opinion, since the other party was trying to assassinate them, there shouldn't be too many people. If they ran in different directions, they would definitely be able to escape. As long as one of them managed to escape, they would be able to relay the news to the headquarters. They had a good idea, but they had underestimated the enemy. If it was an ordinary assassin, this method would really allow them to escape, but this time, it wouldn't work. Because the one who had attacked this time was a 9th Heaven Venerable. The terror of a 9th Heaven Venerable was unimaginable to these people. The 3 9th Heaven Venerables were hidden in the void, and they were like life reapers as they attacked mercilessly. That speed was extremely fast, completely toppling the understanding of these people. Because in the next moment, over 100 heads flew up and blood splattered in all directions. From an outsider's point of view, these hundreds of heads flew up at the same time, as if 100 people had attacked at the same time. However, there was only one person who did it. This was the speed of a 9th level Venerable. Thus, in practically the blink of an eye, those 600 Black Dragon School's disciples were all killed. The ground was littered with corpses, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the surroundings. The figures of the 3 5-star assassins also appeared, and one of them, a middle-aged man, waved his hand, and a boundless sea of flames instantly burned these corpses. As assassins, not only did they have to be skilled at assassination, but they also had to know how to clean up the scene. Only then would they be able to conceal the truth and not be discovered by others. Meanwhile, these 3 5-star assassins had also reached the pinnacle. In an instant, all the corpses on the ground disappeared, and so did the blood. In fact, even the smell of blood had disappeared from the air. It was as if everything that had just happened had been an illusion, and it had never happened. In the next instant, the 3 of them flashed, and returned behind Luo Bingshan. Although the Black Dragon School's disciples outside had been dealt with, Murong Qingqing and the others still didn't feel relaxed. This was because, according to Lin Xian, there were king tiers in this place. If they caused too much of a commotion and really attracted the attention of a king tier, then it would be troublesome. After all, no matter how weak a king tier was, they were still a king tier. They were existences that had formed a domain, and they were fundamentally different from venerables. Even the weakest king tier could easily kill a peak 9th Heaven Venerable, so one could imagine the gap between them. Ruffian Dragon, how long will it take for this guy to finish absorbing? Murong Qingqing asked. The dark red dragon said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say. Based on yesterday's speed, it should be a month. However, from the looks of it today, it should be able to finish in 10 days. 10 days. That's too long. At that time, I'm afraid it really will attract a king tier." The 3 of them were worried, but at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, "Don't worry, it won't take that long. You can hear." Murong Qingqing was surprised. Normally, when cultivators cultivated, they would be completely immersed in their cultivation, and they wouldn't be aware of what was happening outside. However, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, it seemed as if he could hear everything they said clearly. How could she know that Lin Xian was cultivating the Heaven's Evolution visualization art? His soul power had been greatly enhanced, and it was difficult for him to find a match below the king tier. With such a powerful soul power, it was very easy for him to multitask. Therefore, Lin Xian could focus on absorbing the frost energy while paying attention to what was happening outside. It won't take 10 days. I just need to open a hole in the ice wall ahead and rescue my clansmen. Then we can leave. That's right. The dark red dragon slapped his head. This is indeed a good method. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan also let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it would be much easier to open a hole in the ice wall. In fact, Lin Xian had done the same. From the beginning, he had chosen a place to absorb the frost energy. By now, a fist-sized hole had been created, and the hole was still expanding. A day passed, and the Netherhall discovered that not only had they lost contact with the 4th Division, but they had also lost contact with the 3rd and 5th Divisions. This caused them to be extremely astonished. They couldn't understand what had happened. It should be known that the strength of a division was extremely great. Not to mention other things, just the number of people they had was incomparably large. If they really encountered a battle, 1 or 2 of them would be able to escape. However, until now, they hadn't received any information at all. It was as if everyone had evaporated into thin air. Chapter 1340. Could it be the Martial Alliance? The headquarters of the Netherhall was puzzled. Only the Martial Alliance could go against the Black Dragon sect. However, they did not dare to believe it. This was because even the Martial Alliance did not have the power to silently destroy 3 of the Netherhall's branches. Unless it was the top expert in the Martial Alliance. However, such an expert would be under the watch of the Black Dragon sect's guardians and would not have the time to do anything. Therefore, they really did not know what had happened to the 3 branches. However, they could not let this matter go. After all, this had happened in their territory. Therefore, they quickly sent the 2nd branch. The 2nd branch was powerful. Its strength was even more terrifying than the 3rd and 4th branches combined. Not only that, the leader this time was an 8th level honorable and 5 7th level honorables. In addition to the 500 Black Dragon sect disciples, they were extremely powerful. Even if they were attacked by the Martial Alliance, they would not be afraid. Soon, these people flew towards the Sword Pool Mansion. At the same time, Lin Xian finally broke a 1-meter-tall hole in the Sword Pool Mansion. Although it was a little small, it was enough. In addition, the situation was urgent, so he did not continue to expand. In the next moment, he stood up and stopped absorbing. His figure flashed, and he entered the Sword Pool Mansion. Behind him, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan quickly followed. The 3 5-star assassins stayed outside and were in charge of monitoring the situation. After entering the Sword Pool Mansion, Lin Xian was filled with emotions as he looked at the familiar surroundings. 5 years. He had left the Sword Pool Mansion for 5 years. Now, he was finally back. Grandfather, 2nd uncle, my people, I'm back to save you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Luo Bingshan followed Lin Xian respectfully while Murong Qingqing looked around curiously. As this was Lin Xian's home, where he used to live, Murong Qingqing was especially concerned. The dark red divine dragon also had an arrogant look on its face. Of course, it was not curious about the surrounding scenery, but the sea god's ice. As expected of the legendary ice. Although those people have been frozen, their life force has not been extinguished. As long as the ice is removed, these people will immediately come back to life. The dark red divine dragon kept nodding its head in amazement. In front of him, there were hundreds of figures, all of them covered in blue frost. Lin Xian looked at an old man and a middle-aged man, and his expression was abnormally excited because they were his grandfather and 2nd uncle. The others were also his clansmen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian did not hesitate and once again absorbed the frost energy from those people. Compared to before, the absorption this time was much easier. Although there were hundreds of people frozen, each of them had very little ice power. In addition, Lin Xian had already absorbed it once, so he was more experienced. This time around, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. Soon, the frost energy on the hundreds of people in front of him quickly dissolved, and the blue frost disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, all the frost energy disappeared, and the hundreds of warriors came back to life. Crack, crack, crack. Because they had not moved for 5 years, when these people moved again, their bones made crackling sounds. However, the first sentence that came out of their mouths was, "Xian, run." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes immediately moistened. He did not expect that even though they were frozen, his grandfather, second uncle, and clansmen were still worried about his safety. This made him extremely touched. In front, the people from Sword Leaving Mansion were also stunned after shouting this sentence. Could it be that the frost energy has been removed? They felt the condition of their bodies and were extremely surprised. This was because they clearly remembered that they were all frozen in the end, but now they could move again. It's not a dream, it's really not a dream. The frost energy is gone. Everyone shouted wildly. Then, they looked around and were all stunned. Because the enemies from before had disappeared, the surroundings were quiet, and the surrounding buildings were still sealed by the frost energy. Only they could move. However, in the next moment, all of them looked at Lin Xian. Among them, a tall old man and a square-faced middle-aged man were even more excited, and their bodies were trembling. "Xian, you're Xian, They were too excited. They did not expect that not only would the frost in their bodies disappear, but they would also see Lin Xian the moment they came out. "You're fine." "That's great." The Lin family members cheered. "No, you've grown taller. And you look different too." Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin were very surprised. Could it be that a long time has passed? Looking at the strange yet familiar surroundings, they were very puzzled. "Grandfather, second uncle, masters, this is not the place to talk. Follow me out first. When we reach a safe place, I'll tell you in detail," Lin Xian said. Good. As long as you're fine, this old man is relieved." Old Master Lin was very excited, and he grabbed Lin Xian's hand and did not let go. Second Uncle Lin grinned at the side, and the others cheered excitedly. Soon, they saw Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the dark red divine dragon. "This is..." Second Uncle Lin asked curiously. "Second uncle, they're my friends." Lin Xian gave a simple introduction, and then the group of them walked out. Although Old Master Lin and the others had a lot of questions, it was not the right time to ask. They could only wait until they had settled down. Soon, the group of people left Sword Pool Manor and came outside. "Xian, where are we going?" Second Uncle Lin asked. "Should we build a new manor nearby?" "No, I'll take you out of Xia country," Lin Xian said. "Out of Xia country? Why?" Old Master Lin and the others were puzzled. "Isn't it good to live here?" Second Uncle Lin also asked. "That's right. Our Lin family's foundation is in Xia country. Where can we go if we leave?" Lin Xian laughed bitterly. He knew that these people had been frozen for 5 years and did not know what was going on outside. Therefore, he could only explain simply, "Grandpa, second uncle, Xia country is not safe now. Let's talk about it after we get on the spiritual boat." Then, Lin Xian turned and said to the dark red divine dragon, "Ruffian dragon, remove the array. Let's leave." Simple. Hearing that, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and removed the array. Grandpa, second uncle, stand back. I'll take over Sword Pool Manor first. What? Take over Sword Pool Manor. Old Master Lin and the others were puzzled. They did not understand what Lin Xian meant. Lin Xian smiled and was about to take over Sword Pool Manor. Chapter 1341. In the distance, the void trembled. It was as if dark clouds were gathering. A huge pressure came from the sky. It was like the palm of a demon god. It was terrifying as it slammed towards Lin Xian and the rest. Feeling the aura, the expressions of Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family changed. Fear, endless fear. They had never seen such a terrifying aura in their lives. They didn't even know what realm this aura was at. Many of the ordinary members of the Lin family turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Old Master Lin and second uncle Lin roared and quickly stood in front of Lin Xian to shield him. Xiao Xian, run. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He looked at the sky and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand and formed an invisible force that instantly destroyed the pressure coming from the sky. Rays of sword light danced and formed a huge defensive barrier that protected all of the Lin family members. Not only that, he also injected pure energy into the bodies of the Lin family members, instantly healing their bodies. Grandfather, second uncle, don't worry. It's fine, Lin Xian comforted. The Lin family members were shocked. Old Master Lin and second uncle Lin were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a method to block that terrifying aura. Only now did they realize that not only did Lin Xian grow older, but his cultivation had also become unfathomable. Although they didn't know what was happening outside, they still had experience. From the aura just now, it had definitely surpassed the spirit-detecting realm. It had even reached a legendary realm. To put it bluntly, that aura just now was enough to kill all of them. They probably couldn't find anyone in the entire Xia country who could fight against it. However, such a terrifying aura was completely destroyed by Lin Xian with a wave of his hand. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was above that of the mysterious enemy. In the next moment, countless experts stepped through the air. They were like a dark cloud or a demonic mountain that quickly flew over. Seeing these people, Old Master Lin and the rest were even more shocked. This was because they discovered that there were a total of 500 enemies. Every single one of them had an abnormally powerful aura, so much so that one would feel despair just by looking at them. Even the weakest of them had reached the spirit-detecting realm. As for the few middle-aged men in the lead, their auras were like that of gods. They could only be looked up to. Who are these people? Old Master Lin and the rest were terrified. They couldn't believe that so many experts had appeared in China. No wonder Lin Xian said he wanted to leave Xia country. Could it be because of these people? Suddenly, a Lin clan disciple cried out, "Look at their clothes. They're from the Nether Hall." What? Nether Hall? This time, the Lin family was all shocked. How could the Nether Hall be so powerful? They were very familiar with the Nether Hall. Previously, they had been frozen because the Nether Hall had attacked their Sword Pool mansion. However, at that time, the Nether Hall was only slightly more powerful than them. But now, these people were standing in front of them like gods. They couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could the Nether Hall have such a terrifying expert? If this is true, then the other party could have instantly annihilated the entire Sword Pool mansion. Second Uncle Lin's expression was very ugly. They are indeed from the Nether Hall. Not only Xia country, but the entire Tiannan region has also undergone some special changes. That's why their strength has increased greatly. But don't worry. With me around, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Lin Xian comforted. Won't be able to cause any trouble. Old Master Lin and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Lin Xian. There were so many experts in the sky. Any one of them could wipe out Xia country. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them at all. Could it be that he was even stronger? Although everyone was bewildered, they could tell from Lin Xian's earlier display that he was indeed incomparably powerful and had exceeded their understanding. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. Xiao Xian, tell me honestly. How strong have you become? Old Master Lin asked in a deep voice. He didn't want Lin Xian to risk his life for them. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm a little stronger than all of them combined. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. A little stronger than all of them combined. This wasn't a dream, right? At this moment, the group of terrifying warriors in the sky had also arrived above the Sword Pool Mansion. They were the 2nd Division sent by the Nether Hall. After receiving the orders from the headquarters, the 2nd Division didn't hesitate and flew at full speed. Finally, at the last moment, they arrived at the Sword Pool Mansion. However, what shocked them was that a hole had been opened in the Sword Pool Mansion, and the people who were sealed in ice had actually come out. This caused the people of the 2nd Division to be extremely shocked, especially the 2nd Division leader, who was even more shocked. One had to know that back then, their Nether Hall had used countless methods, but in the end, they were unable to break through the ice. Even the protectors of the Black Dragon sect were unable to do anything. But now, the ice had actually been broken. Not only that, the people inside weren't dead. Instead, they were all alive. No, this matter was too strange. They had to capture all of them and study them carefully. Because as far as the Nether Hall was concerned, the Sword Pool Mansion was definitely hiding a huge secret. They had to unearth this secret so that they could obtain battle merits and be valued by the Black Dragon sect. Thinking of this, the 2nd Division leader of the Nether Hall took a step forward, looked down, and shouted coldly. I didn't expect you people of the Sword Pool Mansion's Lin family to be able to come back to life. But this is good too. It saves the Nether Hall from taking action. Kneel obediently on the ground and become the slaves of the Nether Hall, and I can spare your lives. The 2nd Division leader clearly wanted to intimidate everyone, so his voice was filled with boundless energy, causing the entire space to tremble. The surrounding mountains collapsed as they couldn't withstand this energy at all. Looking at everything around them, the Lin family members were extremely shocked. What puzzled them was that ever since Lin Xian formed a protective barrier and enveloped them, they didn't feel any energy threat. So now, they could only see the terrifying energy outside, but they couldn't feel it at all. The Lin family members were shocked, but the 2nd Division leader in the sky was even more shocked. He was clearly trying to intimidate everyone, so his voice was filled with boundless pressure. Not to mention the cultivators of the Lin family, even ordinary venerables would tremble and kneel in front of his voice. They wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, although the group of people below looked terrified, their bodies didn't change at all. They didn't even tremble. Chapter 1342. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Since he had rescued the Lin family, the next step was naturally to eliminate the Nether Hall. He asked coldly, which division do you belong to? Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly in all directions. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 2nd Division leader was stunned. Then, he laughed arrogantly. Kid, it seems like you know quite a lot. You even know about our division. Listen up, I'm the 2nd Division leader of the Nether Hall. Today, I've brought my brothers from the 2nd Division here to capture you. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors behind him also laughed sinisterly. In their opinion, the people below were too weak. There was not even a single supremacy. Of course, they only saw the cultivation of old Master Lin and the others. As for Lin Xian and the others' cultivation, they could not see through it at all. However, looking at how young the other party was, he did not look like a supremacy, so they did not take it to heart at all. However, Lin Xian sneered, the second division. Very well. I've already destroyed the third, fourth, and fifth division. I was still thinking of where to find you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the arrogant laughter above disappeared as if someone was choking them. What did you say? You destroyed the third, fourth, and fifth division. Kid, do you know the consequences of saying that? Believe it or not, I'll kill all of you below with one palm. The second division leader stopped smiling. His expression was extremely ferocious. He naturally knew about the disappearance of the third, fourth, and fifth division. According to their guess, it should be the doing of the Martial Alliance's super elders. However, now, a 20-year-old young man actually said that he was the one who destroyed it. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian shook his head. He could not be bothered to talk to the other party. Then, he said to Luo Bingshan, do it. Go ahead. Remember, leave the second division leader behind. I want him alive. Lin Xian's words made old Master Lin and the others widen their eyes in disbelief. As for the people in the sky, they started to sneer. They looked down below as if they were looking at idiots. They simply did not believe that the people below could contend against them. What an ignorant brat. He actually wants to challenge our second division. The second division master sneered disdainfully. The martial artists behind him were even more rampant. It seemed that the group of people below were all idiots. Alright, let me make a move later and let them know how powerful Grandpa is. I'm going to break all their bones and enslave all the men. As for the women, ha 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 ha. Ignorant worm, it seems like you've been frozen for too long, so you don't know how powerful we are. The cultivators of the second branch sneered and prepared to attack. They wanted to teach these people a lesson and show them how powerful they were. However, Luo Bingshan bowed respectfully. Yes, master. Then, she moved her body and quickly rose into the air. Old Master Lin and the others were very worried. Xiao Xian, can a little girl like her do it? Don't harm him. Don't worry, the trouble will be solved soon, and we can leave this place. Lin Xian smiled. Above them, the cultivators of the second division of the Nether Hall laughed wildly when they saw Luo Bingshan flying towards them. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you can kill us by sending a little girl up? How naive. This little girl has a good figure, but she's wearing a mask on her face. I wonder what she looks like. However, I've decided that I must catch her later and let her know how powerful I am. Those people laughed sinisterly and did not take it to heart. The second division master crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. In his opinion, the other party was just a weak little girl. He did not need to do anything at all. Just one of his subordinates would be enough to subdue her. Luo Bingshan wore a golden mask and looked like a killing god. Her cold gaze swept across the crowd. Then, she said coldly, "You dare to go against my master. Only death awaits you." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Bingshan disappeared. In the next moment, she reappeared behind the crowd. Her slender hand withdrew her long saber and slowly inserted it into the scabbard. Clang! Poof! Poof! In the sky, 500 heads flew up, and blood instantly dyed the sky red. The scene was spectacular. In just an instant, the arrogant second division had been killed. 500 heads flew up, each of their faces filled with horror. They did not believe that someone could kill all of them in an instant. What was even more tragic was that they did not even know how the other party had done it. Among these 500 people, the 5 7th-level supremacies were naturally included. Other than that, only the 2nd Division Master was still alive. However, his face no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, it was replaced with deep horror. Shocking, it was too shocking. He did not dare to believe the scene before him. One had to know that those were 500 of his subordinates. Among them, there were 5 7th-level supremacies and dozens of 6th-level supremacies. Any one of these people could wipe out the entire Xia country. However, they had all been killed at this moment. Below, Old Master Lin and the rest were even more shocked. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. The people in the sky had shocked them greatly. They had even thought that the other party was a god. This was because the aura of those people had exceeded their understanding. However, such powerful people had all been killed in an instant. Moreover, the one who had done it was a weak little girl. The Lin family members' minds went blank. They did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Bring him back." Immediately, Luo Bingshan turned around and stared coldly at the 2nd Division Master. The 2nd Division Master trembled. It was as if he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. A deep sense of fear rose from his body. This gaze was too terrifying. Perhaps even their Hall Master could not release such a terrifying killing intent. He knew that things were not good. The woman in front of him was definitely a peerless assassin. She was not someone he could fight against. Even the entire Nether Hall might not be able to fight against her. At this moment, the 2nd Division Master only had one thought, and that was to run. Run as far as possible. In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly burned the spiritual energy in his body. His entire body turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. With a slash of her finger, a resplendent saber light quickly slashed out and cut the 2nd Division Master's body into pieces. The 2nd Division Master's body below the waist fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red, but the body above the waist was still alive. However, the pain caused his face to become extremely distorted. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Her 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the 2nd Division Master's upper body. Then, she brought him to Lin Xian. Chapter 1343. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly grabbed the upper half of the 2nd Division leader's body before bringing him to Lin Xian. "Master!" Luo Bingshan shouted respectfully at Lin Xian. "No, don't kill me. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Hearing Luo Bingshan call the young man master, the 2nd Division leader panicked. He had never thought that the person he had regarded as an ant would be such a terrifying existence. Therefore, he quickly begged for mercy. Although he had been cut in half, he was not dead. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let the people from the Nether Hall go. Previously, these people had even clamored to kill the Lin family. How could he be merciful? In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2nd Division leader's head. Then, he used his soul power to search for information. Although the 2nd Division leader was an 8th heaven honorable, his strength had been raised through external means. His true strength could not withstand a single blow. Moreover, Lin Xian's soul power was too strong. Therefore, the 2nd Division leader had no chance of resisting. In an instant, Lin Xian obtained the information he wanted. This guy has killed many innocent people. His hands are stained with the blood of countless people. He deserves to die. With a flick of his finger, the nether black flame covered the upper half of the 2nd Division leader's body and burned him to ashes. Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the rest were used to it and did not react at all. However, Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying means. He could kill a divine immortal with a raise of his hand. Lin Xian did not explain. After all, it was more troublesome to explain. It was better to wait until they were on the spiritual boat. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned the spiritual boat in the sky. Then, he turned to Old Master Lin and the rest and said, "Grandfather, second uncle, family members, let's go." Looking at the huge spiritual boat, Old Master Lin and the rest took a deep breath and quickly boarded the spiritual boat. Lin Xian did not go up immediately. Instead, he stared at the sword pool mansion behind him. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sword pool mansion. The gigantic palm grew bigger and bigger, like a dark cloud, enveloping the entire sword pool manor. At this moment, the spirit boat had already taken off. Grandpa Lin and the others stood on the spiritual state and exclaimed as they watched this scene. The sword pool mansion was extremely majestic and huge. Even if the top warriors of China fought, they would not be able to completely destroy it. But now, Lin Xian had actually grasped the entire sword pool manor with a single hand. This was too shocking. However, this wasn't the end of it, because Lin Xian's next move was even more shocking. He raised his hand and uprooted the entire sword pool mansion. The huge mansion was like a city, but it was actually lifted up by Lin Xian. Immediately, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground, and the earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared and spread in all directions. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept the sword pool manor into the world within his body. Because the surface of the sword pool manor was made of sea god ice, ordinary storage rings could not withstand the cold air at all. Therefore, he could only keep it in the world within his body to be safe. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body swayed and he came to the spirit boat. Then, he controlled the spirit boat and flew into the distance. Next, after settling Grandpa Lin and the others down, Lin Xian began to tell them about what had happened in the past few years and the changes in the Xia country. After hearing this, Grandpa Lin and the others were extremely emotional. They did not expect the Xia country to have undergone such earth-shattering changes in just 5 years. The changes were beyond their wildest dreams. Not only that, Lin Xian's experience was even more amazing. Step by step, he rose from the Xia country to the Tiannan region. Finally, his name shook the entire Tianwu continent and he became the top genius of the Tianwu continent. There was another piece of news that made Grandpa Lin and second Uncle Lin very excited. It was news about Lin Zhan. "You mean, Xiao Zhan is still alive?" Grandpa Lin was very excited. "Father is still alive and he is in the Tianwu continent. After this matter in the Tiannan region is over, I will bring you guys over," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Good. Good. Good." Grandpa Lin was very happy. He did not expect that not only would the entire Lin clan be revived today, but they would also meet Lin Xian and even receive news about Lin Zhan. This was great news for them. Next, Lin Xian let them rest. There was no need for them to participate in the rest of the matters. This spirit boat was very big and it was very comfortable. There were all kinds of cultivation resources, so there was no problem for the Lin clan to stay on it. "Lin Xian, where are we going now?" Murong Qingqing accompanied Grandpa Lin and chatted for a while before leaving. Lin Xian looked at the peerless beauty in front of him and said with a smile, "It seems that my grandfather likes you very much." "Oh right, did he give you any family heirloom?" "Family heirloom? What family heirloom?" Murong Qingqing asked. Of course it's a family heirloom from my granddaughter-in-law. Lin Xian smiled. Go to hell. Murong Qingqing's face turned red as she lightly punched Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and narrowed his eyes. He began to talk about serious matters. Next, we'll go and eliminate the nether hole. I can't watch them harm Xia country. Murong Qingqing nodded. She would always support Lin Xian's decision. Furthermore, she had seen the nether hole's methods. It was definitely the actions of the demonic sect. It should not exist in this world. From the second division leader's memories, Lin Xian learned about the nether hole. However, what surprised him was that the nether hole's headquarters was in Cloud State. Furthermore, it was in the Black Heaven sect. The Black Heaven sect was Lin Xian's first sect. His martial path had started there. However, he did not expect that his original sect would be occupied by the nether hole. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart sank. He waved his hand and increased the speed of the spirit boat. Cloud State, Nether Hall's headquarters. The Nether Hall's Hall Master was very powerful. His cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of the Honorable Realm. Not only that, he controlled 8 or 9 countries around Xia country. It could be said that he was the true overlord here. However, he had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. This was because there was no news from the people he sent out. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. First, it was the 4th division, then the 3rd and 5th divisions. Now, there was no news from the 2nd division. Trash, a bunch of trash. The Nether Ancestor roared angrily. Until now, he had not even figured out who the enemy was. How could he not be angry? Hall Master, please calm down. His subordinates were so frightened that they trembled. The 2nd division is very strong, so there shouldn't be any accidents. I think it won't be long before news comes back. The Nether Ancestor gradually calmed down. Indeed, the 2nd division was very powerful. The division leader was an 8th heaven honorable realm expert. No one in Xia country could match him. Even those people from the Martial Alliance might not be able to defeat him. Chapter 1344. Let's wait for one more day. If there's no news after one day, let the 1st division take action. The Netherworld Patriarch said. Don't worry, Hall Master. I'll definitely capture the enemy. A young man in his 30s said in a deep voice. He was wearing a black armor that made him look like a god of war. He was the leader of the 1st division, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level honorable realm. The Netherworld Patriarch nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the 1st division. However, at this moment, the entire hall suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Everyone's expression changed when they felt the impact. This was because it was impossible. Their hall was protected by countless formations. Even a 9th level honorable realm expert would not be able to shake it. However, such an incomparably sturdy great hall actually shook. How could they not be shocked? Netherworld Ancestor jumped to his feet and looked around in bewilderment. 2 rays of light burst out from his green eyes and swept across the area like a long blade. In the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly flew outside like a ghost. When the other people in the hall saw this, they followed one after another. When they walked out of the main hall and looked into the distance, everyone was stunned. They saw a young man descending from the sky. The Netherworld Hall's headquarters had trembled under his feet. This young man was naturally Lin Xian. After he learned that it was the Black Heaven sect, he quickly rushed over. However, when he arrived at the Black Heaven sect, he realized that the situation was worse than he had imagined. This was because the Netherworld Hall had completely turned into their headquarters. The people from the Black Heaven sect were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian looked at his surroundings and sighed inwardly. The Black Heaven sect was only a 2-star sect. It was impossible for them to fight against the Netherworld Whole. Moreover, it was not just the Black Heaven sect. All the sects and forces in the Xia country had been destroyed. Not many people were still alive. The Sword Pool Mansion was able to survive because of the sea god's ice. No one could break through that kind of ice, which was why it was intact. No one was injured, and no one died. However, the other sects were not so lucky. The Netherworld Hall was a demonic sect. Their methods were extremely cruel. One could imagine the fate of those people. The old sect was no more. The only thing Lin Xian could do was to kill the people of the Nether Hall and avenge the Black Heaven sect. Just as Xiao Qin was thinking, 2 Nether Hall cultivators flew over and shouted coldly. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Nether Hall? Quickly kneel down and accept your death." In the next moment, 2 black spears shot towards Lin Xian like venomous snakes. As expected of the Nether Hall's headquarters. Just the guards at the entrance were at the first heaven of the exalted realm. The 2 spears whistled through the air, turning into black afterimages as they quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it stopped 10 meters away from Lin Xian. There seemed to be an invisible force. He grabbed 2 spears. In the next moment, the 2 spears quickly shattered, turning into molten iron and dissipating in the air. Countless cracks appeared on the bodies of the 2 Black Dragon Church's disciples that were guarding the entrance. Like shattered porcelain, they exploded with a loud bang. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian did not even make a move. He only glanced at the 2 of them, and this happened. This scene stunned the surrounding cultivators who wanted to rush over. However, it angered the Netherworld ancestor who was in the main hall. He did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in his territory. This was a slap to his face. If news of this spread and the other halls heard about it, how was he going to survive in the future? In fact, the Netherworld ancestor did not need to say anything. His subordinates had already begun to gather people to counterattack. After all, this was the headquarters of the Nether Hall. There were many powerhouses here. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures rushed towards Lin Xian. These people were all powerhouses. Most of them were at the 7th heaven of the exalted realm. The weakest among them was at the 6th heaven of the exalted realm. It was indeed shocking to see them attacking together. This was because they would only send out such a lineup to deal with the super elders of the Martial Alliance. But now, the Nether Hall was using them to deal with a 20-year-old young man. However, this outcome was not something that anyone could have imagined. Bang! 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 Dozens of figures rushed over at lightning speed. However, when they were about 10 feet away from Lin Xian, they seemed to have crashed into an iron wall. There was a violent tremor. Was this a defensive wall? It was formless and intangible. Was he a wind-based cultivator? The Netherworld ancestor narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this young man's strength had exceeded his expectations to be able to block dozens of 7th heaven venerables in an instant. No wonder he was so bold to attack the headquarters of the Nether Hall. However, in the next moment, he revealed a cruel smile. This was because he knew that the strength of his subordinates was not limited to this. On the side, the black-armored young man from the 1st Division nodded slightly. Looking at this guy's strength, he should be at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, his use of the wind-based technique is extremely exquisite. Not bad. This is interesting. A bald old man said indifferently. He was the law enforcement elder of the Nether Hall. However, it's impossible for him to block my law enforcement team with such strength. I think that person can only block one attack. He definitely won't be able to block the second attack. The upper echelons of the Nether Hall looked at the situation below and discussed among themselves. However, none of them had the intention to attack. This was because in their opinion, Lin Xian was not worthy of them attacking. When the dozens of Seventh Heaven Venerables saw this, they frowned. However, in the next moment, they quickly drew their weapons. Sabers, swords, spears. All the weapons shone with a cold light and were imbued with powerful spiritual energy. They stabbed forward fiercely. That kid is finished. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder revealed a ferocious expression. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. This was because Lin Xian in front of him had moved. He looked at the martial artists who were charging at him from all directions and immediately snorted. As if countless thunderbolts had exploded, the bodies of the dozens of Seventh Heaven Venerables suddenly exploded and turned into piles of blood mist that drifted in the air. Then, a strong wind swept past and blew away all the blood mist. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, the upper echelons of the Nether Hall were all stunned. Dead? Dozens of Seventh Heaven Venerables died in an instant. What the hell is going on? They did not see the other party attack at all. They only heard the other party snort coldly and the dozens of Nether Hall experts around them exploded and died. What kind of technique was this? They had never heard of it before. At this moment, even the Nether Ancestor's face darkened. His green eyes shone with a cold light. He knew that he had underestimated the mysterious young man in front of him. After killing dozens of Seventh Heaven Venerables, Lin Xian was expressionless as he strode forward. Chapter 1345. Lin Xian was expressionless after killing more than a dozen Seventh Heaven Venerables with a wave of his hand. He strode forward. His pitch-black eyes were incomparably cold, and they were filled with dense killing intent as he scanned the four houses. In the next moment, a sharp aura spread out in all directions with Lin Xian as the center. Immediately, the surrounding Black Dragon sect disciples were horrified, and they all trembled. Even the expressions of the Nether Hall's higher-ups changed. This killing intent was too terrifying, and they had never felt it before. The Nether Hall ancestor's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his eyes emitted a green light. With a cold snort, a powerful force erupted from his body and swept through the heavens and earth. This was the power of a Ninth Heaven Venerables, and it was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, it was like a demon god was above everyone, quickly blocking the killing intent released by Lin Xian. He had to take action because the other party's killing intent was too terrifying, and it made him shudder. If he did not take action now, his subordinates would not be able to resist at all. In the face of the Nether Hall ancestors' counterattack, Lin Xian did not care at all. He was like a god of death as he walked on the mountain path. This was his former sect, but at this moment, all his old friends were gone, and only the demonic sect members were here. Thinking of all this, Lin Xian could not control the killing intent in his heart. All of you must die. In the next moment, Lin Xian's killing intent became even more intense. Not only that, but there was also a blue aura surrounding him, releasing a terrifying chill. As soon as the aura was released, endless frost formed around him, and it spread rapidly. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to become a world of ice and snow. Previously, Lin Xian had absorbed a lot of the sea god's ice's chill, and now its power was finally revealed. Those Nether Hall martial artists who were close to him did not even have time to escape before they were covered by the blue frost, and then turned into ice men. It was not just on the surface. Their internal organs and blood were all frozen, and they died in an instant. Wherever Lin Xian passed, he left behind frozen corpses. Go, we must stop him. Seeing this bizarre scene, the law enforcement elder's heart began to pound. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to kill this person at all costs. Otherwise, the entire nether hall would have been sealed in ice by him. In the next moment, the first, second, and third enforcement teams were dispatched. These people were dressed in black and their expressions were cold. They were like killing machines without any emotions at all. They were originally born to kill, and their hands were stained with endless blood. At this moment, they were summoned by the enforcement elder to attack Lin Xian with all their might. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he punched out. Boom! The bodies of the 10 people at the front suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Following this, under the effects of the ice energy, they turned into countless pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Boom! Another 10 people exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, they were frozen again and fell to the ground. In next to no time, the first enforcement team, second enforcement team, and third enforcement team were all annihilated, and they turned into a pile of ice crystals and rotten flesh that fell to the ground. The surroundings were silent. Only the whistling of the cold wind could be heard, carrying with it a cold killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the members of the third enforcement team were all killed, turning into countless pieces of ice that fell to the ground. The people of the Nether Hall were completely stunned. As members of the demonic sect, they had killed many people in the past. Each of them had hundreds or thousands of lives on their bodies. However, at this moment, seeing this scene, their scalps went numb. That was because they had never seen such a way of killing people. No matter who it was, whether it was a 7th-level venerable or a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, they were all killed with a single punch. There was no difference. It was as if in the eyes of the other party, they were all ants that could not resist at all. Therefore, even though these people had experienced countless killings, their hearts turned cold, and their bodies trembled at this moment. Even the high-ranking elders in the main hall were extremely shocked. They had never heard of such a killing method before. If Lin Xian's previous actions had shocked them, the current situation had terrified them. Each of the 3 enforcement teams had 50 people, and they were all 7th-level venerables. In total, there were 150 people. It could be said that it was an extremely terrifying force. However, such a powerful team had been killed in an instant. They could not fight back at all. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible, this was impossible. Even an 8th-level venerable could not do that. Who exactly was he? The enforcement elder shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with fear. That was because he knew the strength of his subordinates the best. Even an 8th-level venerable could not fight against the 3 teams he had sent out earlier. However, the other party had done it. This made him unable to believe it. Could it be that the other party was a 9th-level venerable? But how was that possible? How old was he? He was only 20 years old. There were not many 9th-level venerables at such a young age in the Black Dragon sect. Moreover, the Black Dragon sect had used external forces to increase their strength. The other party was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, so how could he have such a cultivation level? Who was he? Who exactly was he? Was he from the Martial Alliance? Or was he a powerhouse that they did not know about? For a moment, those people were all stunned. However, just as these people were in shock, Lin Xian moved again. His figure flashed, and like a bolt of blue lightning, he charged towards the main hall in front of him. In the next moment, he arrived in front of these people. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying blue palm like a dragon grabbed the enforcement elder's head. Boom! In the next moment, the enforcement elder's head exploded like a watermelon, and the pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Even the blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding elders. What? Impossible! These people screamed. They could not believe that the enforcement elder had died in front of them just like that. That was the enforcement elder. He was extremely powerful and could definitely be ranked in the top 5 in the Netherworld Hall. However, at this moment, he could not fight back at all and had been killed so easily. Demon, you're a demon. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Impossible, how can you be so strong? At this moment, the experts of the Netherworld Hall were terrified and kept screaming. They were usually high and mighty, slaughtering the people of the Xia country and looking down on everyone else. However, they did not expect that one day, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of others. At this moment, they finally experienced the fear of the weak. This fear was like a demon that suppressed the pain in their throats and pulled them into the abyss of hell. Who am I? I'm a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, and I'm here to seek revenge. Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with endless chill. What? You're a disciple of the Black Heaven sect? That's impossible. How is this possible? Chapter 1346. They had personally destroyed the Black Heaven sect. A 2-star sect had been destroyed without much effort at that time. However, a mysterious young man had appeared and claimed to be a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. He wanted to take revenge on them. How could they believe this? If the Black Heaven sect really had such a terrifying disciple, they would not have been able to kill him so easily back then. That's impossible. You can't figure it out, right? Then go to hell and figure it out for me. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. His 5 fingers formed a claw and quickly grabbed at another person. This time, his target was the young man in black armor. It was the first branch master of the Nether Hall. You're courting death. Get out of my way. The first branch master roared angrily and erupted with a tyrannical aura. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. In the face of Lin Xian's strength, he did not dare to resist at all, so he could only escape. However, in the next moment, he despaired. That was because the palm still forcibly grabbed his head and dragged him to the ground. Boom! His huge body was pulled down from the sky and slammed into the ground. A vigorous and powerful palm firmly grabbed his head, and a terrifying killing intent and cold aura poured into his body through the palm. Feeling the terrifying killing intent and cold aura, the first branch master was terrified. He knew that he had no way out. He could only fight to the death to seize a chance of survival. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly burned all the spiritual power in his body. He punched out with both fists like a ferocious beast, fiercely smashing toward Lin Xian. As long as he injured the other party, he would have a chance to escape. At that time, the Netherworld Patriarch would make a move, and they would be saved. Boom! The first branch master's fists fiercely collided with a low sound, but it did not hit Lin Xian. Instead, it hit the blue ice wall in front of Lin Xian. Although the power was terrifying, it could not shake the ice wall in the slightest. Not only that, the terrifying rebounding force directly broke the first branch master's fists. Moreover, the blue ice wall emitted a terrifying chill. Endless cold aura spread along the first branch master's fists, and soon his arms turned into ice crystals. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and the 2 arms turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Ah! With his arms crippled, the first division leader let out a blood-curdling scream. His handsome face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. His body was trembling. Go to hell and repent. Lin Xian said coldly, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Boom! The head of the first division leader exploded, and the headless corpse was instantly sealed in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. What? This was impossible. The first branch leader is also dead. When they witnessed this scene, all the surviving elders of the Nether Hall turned pale with fright. It was different from the law enforcers who had died before. This time, it was the first branch master. That was in existence at the peak of the 8th heaven venerable realm. He was ranked 3rd in the entire Nether Hall, and he was very young. His future was limitless. There were even rumors that he could become the next Hall Master of the Nether Hall. However, such a young genius was killed by a single palm strike. Perhaps even the Netherworld ancestor couldn't do it. What was the cultivation level of this young man? 9th heaven venerable? Or even higher? Could he really be a disciple of the Black Heaven sect? At this moment, the eyes of the Nether Hall elders were filled with despair. If they had known that the Black Heaven sect had such a powerful disciple, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. Ah! Kill him. Only by killing him can we live. Immediately, 2 angry roars were heard. 2 elders quickly burned their spiritual power to obtain great power and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. These elders of the Nether Hall knew that if they didn't kill Lin Xian, they wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, in an instant, they charged toward Lin Xian with the determination to die. The 2 elders who attacked first even burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with unparalleled power. The elder in green robes on the left held a long saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The saber light was as cold as moonlight. Wherever it passed, the entire void was cut in half. The elder in white robes on the right held a long spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war as his entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. The long spear in his hand turned into an angry dragon that roared as it charged forward. These 2 elders were both at the peak of 8th heaven honorable realm. Now that they were burning their spiritual power, they exploded with power comparable to a 9th heaven honorable realm cultivator. Even a 9th heaven honorable realm cultivator might not be able to withstand the full power of these 2 elders. At this moment, 2 fierce attacks instantly pierced toward Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and reached out his left hand to grab the long green saber. There were black patterns on his palm that looked like demonic patterns. They emitted a scorching aura that filled the sky. It was the 9 underworld black flames. Meanwhile, his right hand clenched into a fist and punched out. His fist was covered in a thick blue icy aura as it quickly blasted to the right. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian was actually grabbing their treasured weapons with his bare hands, the 2 elders sneered. Cold light bloomed in their eyes as their strength became even more terrifying. In their opinion, Lin Xian was simply too arrogant for daring to fight against the 2 of them at the same time. Moreover, he was doing it with his bare hands. They had to use this rare opportunity to kill Lin Xian. The saber light flashed and soon collided with the palm that was covered in black patterns. However, it did not cut off Lin Xian's palm as expected. Instead, the long green saber quickly melted under the palm and turned into a pool of molten iron. What? This is impossible. The green-robed elder screamed. His eyes were filled with fear. He could not believe that his strongest attack had been so easily neutralized by Lin Xian. Not only that, even his green saber had been melted by Lin Xian. What kind of move was this? It was actually so terrifying. With fear in his eyes, the green-robed elder turned around and fled. He now understood that the mysterious youth in front of him had a cultivation that was definitely beyond his understanding. Perhaps even their hall master might not be able to fight against Lin Xian, let alone him. The only thing he could do now was to run. He had to run for his life. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's black palm grabbed him. Immediately, countless black flames jumped and burned the green-robed elder to ashes. With a scream, the green-robed elder completely disappeared. At the same time, Lin Xian's right fist blasted out. With an unparalleled icy aura, it fiercely collided with the long spear. Bang! Icy aura gushed out and emitted a terrifying chill. Immediately, the white-robed elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. The terrifying fist hit the ice and shattered it into countless pieces. In an instant, the two elders who had burned their spiritual energy and attacked with all their might were killed. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. Therefore, before the people around them could react, the two elders were already dead. Chapter 1347. From the very beginning, he did not take the other party seriously. Later on, he was shocked and surprised. Now, he was filled with fear. This was because his subordinates, the second and third strongest of the Nether Hall, as well as all the elders, had been easily killed by the other party. Now, he was the only one left. The reason he was able to survive until now was not because he was powerful, but because the other party did not attack him. If the other party had attacked him, even if he was a ninth heaven honorable, he would not have been able to resist. It's over. It's really over this time. The Nether Ancestor's face was filled with despair. The other party was too powerful. Moreover, the other party would not let them go because the other party was from the Black Heaven sect. The Nether Hall had once destroyed the Black Heaven sect. Now that the other party had come to seek revenge, how could they let him go? It was laughable that he had been so confident that the other party was courting death by coming to their base camp. Now, it seemed like they were the ones courting death. If they had run away when the other party attacked, they might have been able to survive. However, it was too late now. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he looked at the Nether Ancestor. The Nether Hall has done many evil things. How dare you attack the Black Heaven sect? Since you've touched my bottom line, you can die now. At the end of his sentence, Lin Xian's expression suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes shone brightly. Soul-searching skill. Then, his soul power gushed out and turned into a sharp awl that pierced the Nether Ancestor's head. Ah! In the next moment, the Nether Ancestor held his head and screamed. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched as if he was in great pain. He was indeed in pain because his soul power had been severely damaged. This kind of pain was 10 times more painful than physical injuries. Lin Xian had no intention of letting him go. Therefore, he forcefully searched the Nether Ancestor's soul to obtain information. Soon, Lin Xian stopped. The Nether Ancestor's soul power had been completely destroyed. He fell to the ground and twitched. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an icy long sword appeared at his fingertips. He immediately pierced the Nether Ancestor on the ground and stared at the ground. From then on, all the martial artists in the Nether Hall's base camp were killed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the sky and sighed. My fellow disciples of the Black Heaven sect, rest in peace. Then, the 9 underworld's black flames gushed out and burned all the blood from the corpses. Soon, the entire mountain was restored to its original state. After doing all this, an endless amount of icy qi erupted from his body and quickly spread in all directions. Instantly, the entire Xiantian sect was frozen, forming an ice palace. Under the sun, the newly formed ice palace shone with blue light. Although the people of the Black Sky sect were no longer around, Lin Xian wanted the Black Sky sect to continue existing, so he sealed it in ice. No one below the King realm could break through it. This could be considered as allowing the Xiantian sect to continue existing as an alternative. After doing all this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and turned into a sword light, disappearing on the spot. He had just used the soul-searching technique and obtained a lot of important information. This netherworld old ancestor was worthy of being one of the 8 great hall masters. He knew a lot more than the previous second division master. Even some of the core secrets were known to Lin Xian. For example, the second division master did not know the origin of the mysterious crystal, but the netherworld old ancestor knew. However, this result surprised Lin Xian because he did not expect the place where the mysterious crystal first appeared to be related to him. It was the demon pit that he had been to before. In the past, there was a mysterious area near the Xiantian sect that was called the Forbidden Area. That was the demon pit. He remembered that the demon pit had spat out a mysterious stone that contained a strange energy. At that time, as a disciple of the Black Sky sect, he had fought for it once. He had even entered the demon pit and found countless stone tablets and the afterimages of powerhouses fighting. Fortunately, he had Wine Lord with him, so he could leave safely. At that time, he felt that the demon pit was extremely mysterious. However, he was weak and did not have the ability to explore it. Later on, he did not care about it and gradually forgot about it. Half a year ago, a mysterious crystal appeared in the demon pit that could greatly increase a martial artist's cultivation. It was also from then on that disaster began. As the Black Sky sect was the closest to the demon pit, it was directly destroyed by the Nether Society. Not only that, but the entire mountain was also occupied by the Nether Society. However, from the information obtained from the Netherworld Old Ancestor's soul, the demon pit seemed to have changed and became a forbidden area. Even a ninth heaven venerable would not survive if they entered, let alone ordinary people. Moreover, it was said that the Black Dragon sect's leader personally found the source of the mysterious crystal and took it away, placing it in another place. Since then, the Black Dragon sect had become the most powerful sect. Lin Xian was very curious about the demon pit, so he discussed it with the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others and decided to take a look. Soon, the spirit boat glided through the air and arrived near the demon pit. Lin Xian and the others did not move forward rashly because they felt a sense of danger. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon turn solemn. Ruffian dragon, what did you find? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon muttered in disbelief. After a long time, it slowly said, "This seems to be the power of a domain." Domain? Are you talking about a king's domain? Lin Xian was shocked. On the side, Murong Qingqing's expression was also solemn. No, it's indeed like the power of a domain. I've seen this power on the forefather before. The ancestor that Murong Qingqing mentioned was naturally the king of the Murong clan. Since both of them said so, it seemed that the invisible power in front of them was a king's domain. How is this possible? How can there be a king's domain in front of us? Lin Xian could not understand. Could there be a king in the demon pit? After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only possibility. It is indeed a king, and not an ordinary one. The aura of this domain is too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon said with a serious expression. However, Lin Xian was even more confused. He said in a deep voice, "According to what you said, this is a king's domain. Those below the king level cannot enter at all. But that shouldn't be the case. 5 years ago, I went in once." What? You went in? The dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing were shocked. Lin Xian nodded and told them about his experience. After that, the dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing pondered and thought about the possibilities. According to what you said, 5 years ago, this place was not so terrifying. And the reason why such a terrifying change happened was only half a year ago. Murong Qingqing was very confused. She could not understand the reason. Although she had seen a king's domain, she was still a young girl and did not know the true secrets of a king. On the other hand, the dark red dragon clearly knew more because he had once been a king. Chapter 1348. The dark red divine dragon obviously knows more because he used to be a king. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, "According to what you said, I seem to have thought of a possibility. But it's too shocking and I don't really believe it. Brat, I have to say, your Tiannan region Xia country is really amazing. First there was the sea god's ice, and now there's a king's domain. It's hard to imagine that such a thing would appear in such a remote country. What's going on? Tell us clearly, don't keep us in suspense." Murong Qingqing asked. She is very curious. Lin Xian said anxiously, "Ruffian dragon, quickly tell us." The dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, "No, this is just my guess. It's too scary to say it out loud." Ruffian dragon shook his head and refused to say anything. However, he didn't give up on his research and said, "If we can find that mysterious crystal stone, it might be of great help to us." Mysterious crystal stone. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He indeed obtained some information from the netherworld old ancestors' memories. "If you want to find that crystal stone, I might have a way." Lin Xian said, "In a month, the Black Dragon sect will hold a grand meeting. At that time, all the sects and subordinate clans will come to participate. The purpose of that meeting seems to be to distribute the mysterious crystal stone. There's actually such a thing. We must go and take a look." The dark red divine dragon said excitedly. Only by finding that mysterious crystal stone and understanding what it was would they be able to unravel the demon abyss' true secret. Murong Qingqing is also very curious. Even though she is the little princess of a king's family, she has never heard of such a mysterious crystal stone. Therefore, she also wants to go and take a look. Dark and light meeting. It will be held in a month's time in the desolate mountain range. Lin Xian told the dark red divine dragon everything he knows. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go," the dark red divine dragon urged. Murong Qingqing frowned and said, "We are not from the Black Dragon sect. If we go, won't we be walking into a trap? What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just charge in. I don't believe that group of trash can stop us." The dark red dragon shook its head and wagged its tail disdainfully. "Don't act recklessly. Don't be impulsive. After all, the Black Dragon sect has a king. Moreover, there are quite a few half-step kings. Therefore, we shouldn't act rashly in this meeting. Why don't we take a look around first?" Lin Xian said cautiously. Everyone nodded in agreement to Lin Xian's suggestion. Then, they flew towards the southern Desolation mountain range. The Dark and Light Assembly was a grand event of the Black Dragon cult. The geniuses and elites of all the major halls would gather there. Although the Black Dragon cult was huge and was a demonic cult, it was divided into many small groups. At the very least, each hall had their own way of doing things. And this Obsidian Society was another opportunity for them to perform. He could also obtain mysterious crystals. Therefore, it was a golden age for the Black Dragon sect. This was the first time the Black Dragon sect had held this event since its revival. Therefore, one could imagine how lively it would be. Before Lin Xian left, he had the dark red dragon set up an illusion array to cover up the destruction of the Nether Hall. Therefore, the Black Dragon sect didn't know about it yet. Apart from the Nether Hall, the other 7 halls and the families and sects that had surrendered all began their preparations. They were preparing to head towards the southern Desolation mountain range to participate in the Dark and Light Assembly. Lin Xian had the spirit state, so his speed was even faster. Therefore, it took them less than 10 days to arrive near the southern Desolation mountain range. However, for safety reasons, Lin Xian didn't drive the spirit boat to the southern Desolation mountain range. Instead, he stopped near the southern Emperor mountain range. He let the spirit boat float high in the sky and activated all the arrays to defend against the Lin family clansmen inside. Not only that, he also left 3 5-star assassins on the boat. These 3 5-star assassins had all been planted with beast slave imprints by Lin Xian. It could be said that they were incomparably loyal and would never betray him. With these 3 5-star assassins, Lin Xian felt a lot more at ease. Moreover, they stopped high in the sky and were covered by arrays. As long as the Black Dragon sect's leader didn't come in person, no one would discover them. Meanwhile, Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Dark Red Dragon toward the southern Desolation mountain range. They wandered around for a few days and found that during this period, supremacies would occasionally land. These people were all elites with powerful auras. Although their ages, appearances, and clothes were different, without exception, they all had a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. This meant that they were all from the Black Dragon sect. Not only that, they also found out that to participate in this conference, one must have the Black Dragon token. Otherwise, they couldn't enter at all. Damn! What stupid Black Dragon token? I don't have such a thing. At most, we'll just kill our way in. The Dark Red Dragon said angrily. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry. Let's wait a little longer. There should be a way in 10 days. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others waited patiently again. During this period, Lin Xian had been absorbing the ice energy of the sea god's ice to strengthen his ice martial soul. A few days later, another group of people appeared in the sky. This time, the people who came were very strange. There were not many of them and there was only one palanquin. However, this palanquin was very huge. It was made of gold and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It was golden and dazzling. And this golden palanquin was carried by 8 people. The 8 short martial artists were only half a meter tall. However, they had the face of a middle-aged man and each of them looked ferocious. Their auras had reached the 7th heaven of the Supremacy Realm. Using a 7th heaven of the Supremacy Realm as a teacher, this was indeed a big deal. It was probably rare in the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian and the others naturally noticed this strange situation. They were also very curious. What kind of person could be so extravagant? There's a beauty nearby. How wonderful. Suddenly, an evil voice came from the golden palanquin. Looks like I'm very lucky to find a beauty in this barren mountain. All of you, listen up. Descend. Soon, the 8 Supremacy Realm bearers received the order and quickly descended. And that direction was where Lin Xian and the others were. He's coming towards us. Did he discover us? Murong Qingqing was surprised. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. They had been hiding very well for so many days. None of the supremacies who came and went discovered them. However, the golden sedan chair had discovered them. It must be said that this was truly surprising. Soon, the golden palanquin stopped above Lin Xian and the others. Among them, the 2 short supremacies at the front slowly opened the curtains of the palanquin and knelt in the void. Chapter 1349. Soon, the huge golden palanquin stopped above Lin Xian and the rest. Among them, the 2 short venerables at the front slowly opened the curtains of the palanquin and knelt in the air. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the palanquin. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His face was pale as if he was sick. His eyes were somewhat sinister and emitted an evil light. Beside him were 2 young women. They were being held in his bosom. The 2 women were very enchanting and wore very revealing clothes. Especially their eyes, they were like hooks that could take away one's soul. The sickly evil young man stood in the air with the two beauties in his arms and looked down. Finally, he locked his gaze and looked at Lin Xian and the rest. With a flash, he landed on the ground with the two young women. In the sky, the four short venerables stayed where they were while the other four landed with him. As soon as the evil young man landed, his gaze was fixed on Murong Qingqing. His sinister eyes shone brightly and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Beauty, you are indeed a peerless beauty. The evil young man laughed wildly and was very excited. He was like a hungry wolf that had encountered delicious food. On the other hand, the two young girls beside him were obviously not happy. They kept looking at Murong Qingqing with cold eyes. To be honest, the two of them were considered beauties, but compared to Murong Qingqing, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, they saw the evil young man staring at Murong Qingqing. Of course, they were unhappy. However, the evil young man did not care about this at all. He stared at Murong Qingqing and almost drooled. Beauty, why are you alone in the wilderness? Aren't you afraid of danger? Are you also here to participate in the Dark Light Convention? Come, follow me. I guarantee that you will be very comfortable. The evil young man stared at Murong Qingqing and smiled evilly. Lin Xian, who was standing at the side, was very displeased. Didn't he see that there were 3 people standing next to her? Moreover, the other party dared to poach his woman. He was courting death. Therefore, he asked coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xian's words made the evil young man frown impatiently. What a piece of trash. You don't even know who I am. He glanced at Lin Xian, then raised his eyebrows and stared at Luo Bingshan. Although Luo Bingshan was wearing a golden mask and his face could not be seen, his figure was undeniable. Not only that, but she also exuded a cold and noble aura, as if she was a high and mighty queen. This aura was fatal to the evil young man. Soon, he started drooling as he stared at Luo Bingshan. Beautiful, so beautiful. I didn't expect there to be such a peerless beauty. Although she's wearing a golden mask, it's more. However, the only pity is that the two beauties actually followed a piece of trash. When he finished speaking, the evil-looking young man looked at Lin Xian. However, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Kid, you can scram now. This young master will spare your life for the sake of the two beauties. Hurry up and scram. Hearing those words, Lin Xian laughed. It was a laugh of disdain. This guy in front of him was really an idiot. He couldn't even see the situation clearly and dared to scold him. He narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "You're here to participate in the Darklight meeting?" Nonsense. Why would I come to this remote mountain if not for the Darklight meeting? Kid, this young master is in a good mood. I won't kill you. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, if I change my mind, even 10,000 lives won't be enough for you. So, you have a black dragon token on you? Lin Xian asked again. Of course. What, don't tell me you don't even have a black dragon token. Which hall are you from? Without a black dragon token, you dare to secretly participate in the Darklight meeting. You're courting death. Hearing that the other party had a black dragon token, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. At the side, the Crimson Divine Dragon also opened its mouth and cackled like an old monster. Great! After waiting for so long, I finally got a black dragon token. I didn't expect it to come to me on its own accord. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for coming to me on your own accord. The dark red dragon laughed wildly. Lin Xian said coldly, "Hand over the black dragon token and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Are you threatening me? The evil youth sneered. He sneered disdainfully, "It seems that you really don't know who I am." That's true. I've been cultivating and only recently appeared. Not many people in the Black Dragon sect know me. But don't worry. After the Darklight meeting, the world will definitely know the name of Hua Wufeng. Not many people know you. That's even better. Lin Xian's smile grew wider. He didn't expect the heavens to send him such a treasure. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and sneered, I really can't think of any reason to let you go. Impudent. Seeing this scene, Hua Wufeng's face finally sank. Go, break his legs. Make him kneel on the ground and beg me like a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, a short honorable walked out. Like a ghost, he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. His speed was so fast that ordinary honorables couldn't see him at all. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. His hands were like heavenly hammers as they slammed towards Lin Xian's knees. As soon as the two short honorables attacked, a ray of light appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was extremely sharp and instantly slashed towards them. In the next moment, the two short honorables screamed in pain as they were split in half. Blood splattered everywhere as they fell to the ground. What? How dare you kill my people? Seeing this, the evil youth was finally enraged. The 8 short honorables were his subordinates. On the surface, they were carrying his palanquin, but in reality, they were his guards. Each of them was a 7th firmament honorable. When the 8 of them worked together, even an 8th firmament honorable was no match for them. But now, one of them had been killed. How could he accept this? However, what surprised him was that it wasn't the young man in front of him who attacked. It was the peerless beauty with a golden mask. He didn't expect the beauty to have such sharp saber skills. The killing intent that she exuded was even more terrifying than his guards. Such killing intent couldn't be produced out of thin air. It could only be formed by killing countless people. He realized that he had underestimated the people in front of him. Who are you? Which hall are you from? Don't you know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm the disciple of the 3rd guardian. How dare you kill my people? Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Hua Wufeng said arrogantly. If the disciples of the Black Dragon sect heard this, they would definitely kneel on the ground in fear. Chapter 1350. How dare you kill my people? Kneel down and await your punishment. Hua Wufeng said proudly. If the disciples of the Black Dragon religion heard this, they would have knelt down in fear. Hua Wufeng was the disciple of the 3rd guardian. His status was too high. The patriarch of the Black Dragon religion had the highest status. Below him were the left and right emissaries, the left emissary of the Azure Dragon and the right emissary of the Unfettered Emissary. Then there were the 4 great guardians and the 8 halls. In other words, the 3rd protector was a terrifying existence, who was even more powerful than the 8 hall leaders. Hua Wufeng was the youngest disciple of the 3rd guardian. He was also the 3rd guardian's favorite disciple. However, Hua Wufeng had been cultivating with the 3rd guardian since he was young. He was only released when the Dark and Light Conference was about to take place. Almost no one knew who Hua Wufeng was. However, no one in the Black Dragon religion would dare to offend him if he revealed his identity. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was not a member of the Black Dragon religion. Therefore, he did not do anything even after hearing Hua Wufeng's identity. Instead, his murderous intent grew stronger. I didn't expect you to have such an important identity. If that's the case, I can't let you live. Lin Xian unleashed a boundless sword intent that sealed off the space. The Crimson Godly Dragon waved its claws and formed a formation that encapsulated the Golden Palanquin and the 4 martial highnesses. You dare to attack me? Hua Wufeng was enraged. However, his eyes widened when he took a closer look at Lin Xian and the others. You're not from the Black Dragon religion. Isn't it too late to realize it now? Lin Xian smirked coldly. Go, all of you go. Kill him. Hua Wufing yelled furiously, kill this kid and the snake. Also, capture these two beauties alive for me. Make sure you don't hurt their faces. Immediately, the three short 7th-layer martial highnesses and the two beautiful women beside them immediately made their moves. The three short venerables transformed into phantoms and charged toward Lin Xian. The two young and beautiful women among them drew two long swords that glinted with cold light and slashed at the dark red divine dragon with all their might. The demonic shadows were extremely fast and powerful. In an instant, they had enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The next moment. Crack! 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 Bang! Bang! Lin Xian's kick landed on the three short 7th-type sovereigns. Their bodies instantly exploded in the air and turned into a bloody mist. As for the two young women, they screamed miserably as they were slapped to death by the dark red divine dragon's claw. Fresh blood flowed and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. However, it was burned to ashes by Lin Xian's black flames in an instant. You! This time, Hua Wufing's expression finally changed. He did not expect the man and the snake in front of him to be so powerful that they could instantly kill his guards. Those were 7th-level venerables, and there were 5 of them. If they joined forces, they would be extremely powerful existences. Even he would not be able to kill them completely. However, the other party had done it so easily. Didn't this mean that the other party's cultivation level was higher than his? However, how was that possible? He was an 8th-level venerables and was extremely powerful. That was why his master had allowed him to come out alone without worry. Although he had never roamed the underworld, he knew a lot of information. He knew that with his 8th-level venerables cultivation level and his status, he could definitely do whatever he wanted in the entire Tiannan region. No one would dare to provoke him. However, he had not expected to encounter such a disaster in this barren mountain as soon as he came out. At first, he did not pay attention to Lin Xian and the others because he could not detect their auras. Although this made him a little suspicious, he thought that these people's auras were too weak and not worth mentioning. However, now that he thought about it, that was not the case at all. The other party's cultivation level was obviously higher than his. That was why he could not detect their auras. Stop fighting. I'll give you whatever you want. Hua Wufing quickly said when he saw the murderous Lin Xian. He had been cultivating in seclusion since he was young and had never experienced a battle. Therefore, he was stunned when he saw the blood. What do I want? I want your life. Lin Xian sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the air in front of him. You're courting death. Hua Wufing was enraged and threw out a punch. His lungs were about to explode because he thought that he had already given in. However, the other party was still unwilling to give in. This was infuriating. Therefore, in the next moment, he did not care about anything else. He quickly gathered his spiritual power and threw out a punch. Although the other party was mysterious and powerful, he was not weak either. Furthermore, this punch contained all his strength. He believed that he could definitely destroy the other party. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. This was because his fist did not cause any damage to the other party's palm. Instead, his own bones quickly broke because of the impact. Ah! The pain made him cry out in agony. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, a powerful hand grabbed his head. Then, he felt a piercing pain in his head as if an invisible force was trying to forcibly retrieve his memories. The pain caused him to pass out. Soon, Lin Xian found all the information. Then, he waved his finger and the storage ring on the ground floated into his hand. Hua Wufing's body was quickly burned until nothing was left. After obtaining the other party's storage ring, Lin Xian probed it with his soul power and found a black dragon token inside. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian said, "Let's go. We can participate in the Dark Light Convention now." Then, the group of people soared up into the sky. In the sky, the remaining 4 short honorables were trapped by the array set up by the dark red divine dragon. They were trying their best to break the array. However, with their strength, they could not break it. Lin Xian did not kill them. Instead, he planted a beast slave seal on each of them and turned them into puppets. Then, he led Murong Qingqing and the rest into the golden palanquin. If he wanted to plant a beast slave seal on a peak expert like Luo Bingshan, he might need to use the 1000-beast cauldron. However, for a 7th layer honorable, Lin Xian could do it himself. After all, his current soul power was extremely powerful. Even a half-step king might not be able to compare to it. "Let's go." Lin Xian sat in the golden palanquin and issued the order. Savage Mountain Range, a valley. This was the Southern Desolation ancient city, a city left behind from the ancient times. It was also the location of the Dark Light Convention. At this moment, the Southern Desolation ancient city was bustling with noise and excitement. However, they were not ordinary disciples. Only the genius disciples of the various halls could come here. Ordinary Black Dragon cult disciples could not even dream of coming here. Among them, there were many newcomers participating in the Darklight Convention for the first time. They looked at the experts and elders with their mouths wide open. It was hard for them to imagine that there would be so many powerful honorables in the ancient city. "Branch Master, it seems like there are many people participating in the Darklight Convention this time." Chapter 1351. Branch Leader, it seems that there are quite a lot of people participating in the Dark and Light Conference this time. 2 figures stood on the street. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. Not only was his robe purple, but his eyebrows, hair, and even his eyes were purple. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Beside the young man stood a purple-haired old man. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The Purple Demon Hall was one of the 8 great halls of the Black Dragon cult. A few years ago, Lin Xian had fought with the Purple Demon Hall. This young man in purple was an important figure in the Purple Demon Hall. "It's nothing. This conference is the first since the restoration of our cult. Naturally, many people will come," the young man in purple said casually. He looked at the figures in front of him with a face full of arrogance. "Presumably, the people from the 8 great halls will come." Hearing this, the purple-haired old man nodded slightly. "Indeed. Other than the 8 great halls, the disciples of the 4 great protectors will also come. Other than that, some clans and sects that have pledged their allegiance to our cult will also send people." As he spoke, the young man in purple suddenly frowned and stared at a figure in front of him. "Nangong Hao. I didn't expect him to come too." There was a tall young man in front of him. He was surrounded by countless martial artists like stars surrounding the moon. It looked as if an emperor was on a journey. "Nangong Hao. I didn't expect his cultivation to have improved again." The purple-haired old man's eyes flickered. This young man's talent is terrifying. Not only is his alchemy skill high, but his cultivation is also powerful. It is said that not long ago, he even fought with the first branch leader of the Divine Pill Hall and almost won. Although he is only the 2nd branch leader, his reputation is not inferior to the 1st branch leader. The Divine Pill Hall has always been arrogant. They claim to be number 1 and look down on our Purple Demon Hall. Therefore, there is no need for us to greet them this time. The young man in purple nodded coldly and turned to leave. But in the next moment, he stopped because he saw another figure. A handsome young man in a blood-red robe was walking forward. Beside him, there were two extremely enchanting women. Blood Hand. The young man in purple frowned slightly. At the side, the purple-haired old man also had a solemn expression. Blood Hand, the Blood Fiend Hall's first branch master. The competition between the 8 halls of the Black Dragon cult was extremely intense. Among them, the Divine Pill Hall had a very high status among the 8 halls because of its ability to refine pills. However, the strength of the Blood Fiend Hall in front of him was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the people of the Blood Fiend Hall were all killing gods. Every one of their hands was stained with the blood and sweat of countless people. Sometimes, they didn't even need to make a move. Just the killing intent on their bodies was enough to scare their enemies out of their wits. It could be said that the members of the Blood Fiend Hall were a group of Blood Fiend maniacs, and the blood-robed youth before him, Blood Hand, was the most representative figure among them. It seems that the Dark and Light Conference this time won't be peaceful. I didn't expect that even the Blood Hand would come. The purple-clad young man took a deep breath. The appearance of Nan Gong Hao and Blood Hand immediately attracted the attention of most people. Many people stared at the two people in the field with envy. At this moment, the crowd was once again in an uproar as another figure quickly walked over. This was a black-robed young man. His face was pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for many years. His eyes were very long and narrow, and when his gaze turned, there was a sinister aura. Ghostly, it can't be, right? He's also here. Seeing the black-robed youth, the purple-haired old man's body slightly trembled. Nan Gong Hao and Blood Hand's reputations were already extremely tyrannical, but the black-robed youth that appeared before them was even more bizarre. Because he was the first branch master of the Malicious Spirit Hall, Ghostly. The Malicious Spirit Hall was an extremely bizarre hall. They dealt with the dead and ghosts all year round, and it could be said that every one of them carried a sinister ghost aura. Among them, Ghostly was the most terrifying one. Legend had it that he had a white bone banner with 999 ghosts sealed in it. It was extremely terrifying. With a light wave, it could emit ghostly wails and howls, causing one's scalp to go numb. It could be said that they would rather offend Blood Hand than provoke Ghostly. The black-robed youth, Ghostly, slowly walked into the field with a sinister smile on his face. Immediately, Nan Gong Hao and Blood Hand frowned, and the surrounding Black Dragon sect cultivators pulled away with a whoosh. No one dared to stand together with Ghostly, hee, so lively. It's broad daylight, why did a wild ghost like you come out? Just as everyone was panicking, laughter suddenly rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone's bodies trembled, and their scalps went numb. They never imagined that someone would actually dare to joke with Ghostly in front of everyone. Could it be that he didn't want to live anymore? Everyone looked over, and they were all dumbfounded, because they didn't see anyone. Could it be an illusion? Just as everyone was bewildered, their eyelids suddenly twitched, because a figure was standing right in front of them. No one clearly saw how he appeared, as if he had been standing there before, but everyone knew that there was clearly no one there before. What a terrifying movement technique! Everyone was shocked, no wonder he dared to joke with Ghostly. Seeing this figure, the purple-robed youth frowned, and even took 2 steps back. On the side, the purple-haired old man's voice trembled slightly, Assassination Hall's first branch master, Shadowless. Come without a shadow, leave without a trace, and kill without a trace. This was everyone's evaluation of the Assassination Hall. No one knew when they would appear, and no one knew who they would kill, but when they attacked, there would definitely be experts who would fall. As expected of the Dark and Light Conference, to have gathered so many experts. The purple-haired old man took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Indeed, whether it was Nangong Hao, Bloodhand, Ghostly, Shadowless, or his purple demon hall, every one of them was an extremely powerful existence. They were existences that could make everyone tremble. As soon as these 5 people appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the 5 of them were brimming with fighting spirit. Although they hadn't made a move yet, their invisible auras were already clashing. Crackle. Bang. Bang. The void vibrated, and a low sound was heard, as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The energy was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding void to distort. The surrounding people were horrified, and they quickly retreated. Some of them were even slower, and their bodies trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. How terrifying! Is this the strength of the sacred sect Skyprides? The surrounding martial artists' hearts trembled. Gap, a huge gap. In front of these people, they had no power to resist at all, and they couldn't even block their auras. Everyone looked at the top 5 Skyprides in front of them, terrified, and at the same time envious. Chapter 1352. A golden palanquin, like a golden flash, quickly flew over from the distance and stopped above the crowd. It wasn't just passing by. Instead, it stopped right there like a golden cloud, floating above everyone. Arrogant, too arrogant. Everyone looked up in shock. They had never seen such an entrance before. Wasn't he stepping on their heads to enter the stage? Even the previous geniuses didn't dare to do this. Who was this person? How dare he be so arrogant? The surrounding Black Dragon sect cultivators were unhappy, and the previous geniuses had gloomy expressions. Killing intent even appeared in their eyes. Who were they? They were all geniuses of their respective halls. They were existences that countless Black Dragon sect disciples could only look up to. They were usually high and mighty, and even the older generation figures treated them with courtesy. Who would dare to suppress them? But now, an inexplicable palanquin had stopped above their heads and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. As geniuses, they couldn't bear it. In the distance, the purple-clothed youth's face was gloomy. He frowned and looked at the sky, puzzled. Could it be that some big shot from the Black Dragon sect is here? He couldn't think of any young generation that dared to be so arrogant. It could only be those older generation figures. However, the purple-haired old man frowned. The big shots of the Black Dragon sect always have a special style when they come out. But I really can't think of which big shot this golden palanquin belongs to. In fact, the surrounding people had already begun to guess. They didn't believe that this was something a young man could do. Below, the 5 outstanding geniuses didn't speak. Their eyes flickered, and they concealed their anger well. Because if the other party was an older generation figure, they really couldn't say anything. Just as the crowd was discussing, a light voice came from the golden palanquin above. Is this the Darklight Convention? There are so many people. Why is it so lively? Hearing that voice, everyone was in an uproar. The faces of the 5 geniuses darkened. That voice was very young, and clearly belonged to the younger generation. They couldn't stand it. Impudent. Who are you? How dare you stop above us? Get down here. Flying is not allowed in the southern desolate ancient town. Don't you know that? Which hall are you from? Too arrogant. Cold shouts were heard one after another. It was obvious that everyone was furious. However, a disdainful voice sounded from the golden palanquin again. To find so many flies as soon as I arrive, how annoying. Fuck, who is he calling a fly? Arrogant, too arrogant. Which hall is he from? Why don't I have any impression of it? All sorts of angry curses rang out. The Heaven's favorites' faces were terrifyingly dark. Among them, Nangong Hao's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sky and said coldly, "Who are you? Hurry up and come out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite and kicking you out." As the second branch master of the Divine Pill Hall, he was extremely furious. This was because no one could surpass him, not even the first branch master of the Divine Pill Hall, let alone others. "Since you are begging to see me, I will be merciful and fulfill your wishes." The arrogant voice sounded again. Immediately after, the two short supremacies in front slowly pulled open the curtain and knelt on the ground to welcome the newcomer respectfully. Hearing this, Nangong Hao was so angry that he vomited blood. However, the people around him frowned because only now did they realize that the four people carrying the palanquin were actually 7th-level supremacies. A 7th-level supremacies carrying a palanquin was definitely a shocking extravagance. Even the hall masters might not necessarily have such extravagance. Fuck. Who is this person? He actually used 4 7th-level supremacies as palanquin carriers. This is too extravagant. What a prodigal. What a prodigal. These are experts. However, he actually used them as palanquin carriers. This is a waste of talent. The group of people wailed, while Nangong Hao, Blood Rogue, and the others frowned. They really couldn't figure out who it was to have such a grand display of extravagance. However, they soon found out because the other party was about to come out. Sure enough, a figure slowly walked out of the golden palanquin. It was a young man in a black robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His face was extremely handsome, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were even more arrogant. His expression was as if he was the overlord of the world. Not only that, but there were also 2 peerless beauties leaning against him. The person on the left was wearing a purple dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The person on the right was even more mysterious. Her black robe accentuated her exquisite figure, and she wore a golden mask on her face that shone with an icy cold light. Although her face could not be seen clearly, it added a bit of mystery to her. That feeling was the most attractive. Arrogant, mysterious, powerful aura, and beautiful face. Regardless of which one it was, everyone was deeply shocked. For a moment, the entire street was silent, and there was not a trace of sound. The young man was naturally Lin Xian, and the 2 beauties beside him were Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. A few days ago, he met Hua Wufing in the southern Desolation mountain range, so he took care of him. Then, Lin Xian disguised himself as Hua Wufing and entered the southern Desolation ancient town with Murong Qingqing and the others. Since Hua Wufing had always been in seclusion, this was the first time he had appeared in front of everyone, so almost no one in the Black Dragon sect knew him. This made it easier for Xian and the others to move. At least in the southern Desolation ancient array, no one should know him. Even the hall masters did not know him. Perhaps only the 3rd guardian knew him. However, according to the memories he obtained, the 3rd guardian would not be participating in the Darklight convention, so he was very safe. After a long time, the people below finally came back to their senses and stared up. Damn, who is this kid? He actually has 2 peerless beauties. Damn, I'm so envious. What's with that look? It's so fierce. It's like an emperor looking down on the world. Who is he? How come I've never heard of him? He shouldn't be from the 8 great halls, right? Of course not, the 5 strongest halls are already here. The remaining 3 can't have such a character, otherwise we would have known. Damn. I'm starting to wonder if he's really from the Black Dragon sect. Many people below were shocked, but when they saw the black robe embroidered with a fierce dragon, they heaved a sigh of relief. Are you stupid? What an idiot. Without the Black Dragon token, you can't enter the Southern Desolation ancient town. If he can enter, he must be from the Saint sect. Chapter 1353. On the other hand, Nangong Hao, Shueshou, Guili, and the other elites stared at the figure in the sky. Although they didn't know who the young man was, they could tell from his arrogant attitude and sharp eyes that he wasn't any weaker than them. However, they were extremely displeased. That was because even now, the other party was still walking in the air, stepping on their heads the entire time. Among them, the purple-robed youth Ziyang was frowning in the distance. His purple eyes flickered with a mysterious light. Shueshou smiled cruelly as his body glowed with a bloody light and a murderous aura. His eyes were like two blood-red swords as he stared at the sky. Guili's face was pale as he smirked and cackled. What a strong body. Her soul must be good as well. She's suitable to be my food. Guili stared at Shadowless and sneered. Shadowless remained expressionless as if he didn't exist. Nangong Hao was the angriest. The Divine Pill Hall had always thought of themselves as the #1 hall among the 8 halls, and Nangong Hao was one of the 2 most outstanding people in the hall. It could be said that in his opinion, he was the most outstanding young prodigy of the 8 great halls. Everyone had to grovel at his feet. However, a mysterious young man had appeared and was standing above him. Not only that, the young man's arrogant attitude made him extremely unhappy. Especially the 2 beauties beside the young man. Even he was envious of them. Such an entrance, such beauties, and such an attitude should belong to him. He wouldn't allow anyone to be arrogant in front of him. In the next instant, Nangong Hao looked at the sky and shouted, "Who are you? Which hall are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Hurry up and prove your identity. Otherwise, I have the right to throw you out." He knew that the young man must have passed the inspection to be able to enter. However, he couldn't care less now. He just wanted to find a random reason to drag the young man down from the sky. If the young man continued to stand above him, he would definitely go crazy. Hearing the shout from below, Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at Nangong Hao. He then smirked disdainfully. "Listen carefully, your father's name is Hua Wufeng. I'm the closed-door disciple of the 3rd guardian." Hearing this, Nangong Hao's face darkened again. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others were shocked. The disciple of the 3rd guardian. He is actually the disciple of the 3rd guardian. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but be shocked. The status of the 4 great protectors was very high, even higher than that of the 8 great hall masters. Furthermore, the other party was the disciple of the 3rd protector. His status was clearly higher than theirs. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to stand above them all. Fuck. The disciple of the 3rd protector, I knew this kid had a great background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten 4 7th level venerables to pull his carriage. It can't be, right? Even the protector's disciple is participating in the Darklight convention. Looks like this meeting is definitely not going to be peaceful. Look at the faces of Nangong Hao and the others, it's so dark. I'm sure he's going crazy. You don't have to tell me that. They're all arrogant and unruly people. They won't submit to anyone. But who would have thought that there would be a young man standing above all of them today? How could they accept this? Everyone was discussing animatedly, while some were doubtful. That's not right. I've heard of the 3rd protector's disciple, but I don't think there's such a person. At this time, Bloodhand, whose body was emitting a bloody light, spoke. I've also seen the 3rd protector's disciple, but I've never seen you before. So, I'm still very doubtful about your identity. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Lin Xian said arrogantly, "I've been in seclusion and have only recently come out. But don't worry, after the Dark Light Convention, the whole world will know the name of Hua Wufeng. If you still don't believe me, just take a look at this." Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a black token. Black Dragon Token. And it was the Black Dragon Token with the third protector's mark. The moment this token appeared, everyone went silent, because no one could forge this token. In other words, the other party was really the third protector's disciple. Seeing the expressions of the people below, Lin Xian smiled inwardly. He knew that these people believed him, so no one would doubt him anymore. Next, he just had to wait for the mysterious crystal to appear. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to leave just like that. His eyes turned and stared at Nangong Hao again. Yes, I'm talking about you. Lin Xian pointed at Nangong Hao and said arrogantly. "I've been on the road for an entire day, so I'm really tired. Hurry up and refine a few pills for me to relieve my fatigue. Remember, use the best spiritual medicine, and don't skimp on the materials." With that, he hugged Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan and strode away. The crowd below was in an uproar, and Nangong Ho's face was dark, looking extremely ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly, like a crazy beast. "That damned guy, how dare he look down on me? Kill him. I must kill him." His lungs were about to explode from anger, because no young man had ever dared to speak to him like that. Blood Hand grinned from the side. "He's really arrogant. Although his identity is good, I wonder how strong he is. I really want to spar with him." Ghostly sneered, "So what if he's the disciple of the third guardian? As long as he's not strong enough, I can still refine his soul into my white bone banner." Shadowless was still expressionless, but his eyes shone coldly. It was as if he was an experienced hunter who had found an interesting prey. In the distance, Ziyang frowned as well. This Hua Wufeng is really arrogant. However, the Saint sect has always been unrestrained. If he's not strong enough, I'm afraid he'll really be killed by Nangong Hao and the rest. By then, even the third guardian can't say anything. That's right. Putting everything else aside, the force behind Nangong Hao alone is no weaker than the third guardian. After all, the Divine Pill Hall's position in the Saint sect is unparalleled. Indeed, as a demonic sect, the Black Dragon sect was ruthless and decisive in their actions. Even if the disciple of the Guardian wasn't strong enough and was killed, he couldn't say anything. Moreover, Nangong Hao and the rest weren't ordinary people. They were extremely talented and were the prodigies of the Black Dragon sect. Behind them were the representatives of the various halls, and they were even closely related to the other protectors. Chapter 1354. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the rest left, Murong Qingqing asked worriedly. "Aren't you being too ostentatious? If you anger those people, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to our operation." Lin Xian smiled and said, "How can I not be arrogant? I can't help it. My appearance will definitely arouse their suspicions. When the time comes, they'll definitely test me. If I don't act like Hua Wufeng, I'm afraid it'll arouse their suspicions. And to be honest, I really don't care about those guys. Although they're called prodigies, in my eyes, they're no different from ants. If they really dare to make a move, I don't mind playing with them. I'll let them know what a true prodigy is." At the end, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with sharpness. Indeed, although Nangong Hao and Blood Rogue were strong, they were only at the beginning of the 9th level. Lin Xian could kill people like them with a slap, so he really didn't care about them. Although the southern desolation ancient town was in the endless mountains, it was no different from a real city. It had all kinds of things. Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the rest towards the restaurant. In fact, the Dark and Light Conference was a very special place. It didn't care about status, but strength and wealth. If you had money and strength, you could stay in the best hotel and enjoy the best treatment. If you didn't have money, even a hall master wouldn't receive the best treatment. However, the strength and wealth of an ordinary hall master wouldn't be lacking, so this kind of situation wouldn't happen. However, it was different for the Black Dragon sect disciples below. Here, they would be divided into different ranks and enjoy different treatment. This was the purpose of the Dark and Light Conference. It was to divide everyone into different ranks. Firstly, it was to reward the top warriors. Secondly, it was to stimulate the other warriors and make them work hard to cultivate. Lin Xian now had the identity of Hua Wufeng, so whether it was status or wealth, he was at the top. Naturally, he wanted to stay in the best restaurant and enjoy the best treatment. The Dark and Light Convention would officially begin tomorrow, so Lin Xian and the others were very relaxed today, and didn't go out to stroll around. The first day of the conference was for trading, because the Tiannan region was very vast, and each hall belonged to a different region. Therefore, each of the halls had some treasures that they didn't need, or things that were unique to the region. The Dark and Light Conference had specially arranged a day for these people to trade. The next day was an auction organized by the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult. In this auction, some extremely precious treasures would be auctioned, treasures that would even move the hearts of those hall masters. The first 2 days were a battle of wealth, but the third day was not so gentle. The third day was a battle of strength. Lin Xian didn't know exactly what it was. He only knew that it was a competition called the Octatic Treasure Chess Game. However, it was said that the mysterious crystal appeared in the final Octatic Treasure Chess Game. Therefore, Lin Xian was looking forward to the Octatic Treasure Chess Game. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. Then, he formed a seal with his palm and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Strands of cold qi gushed out from the surface, quickly circling around the terrifying cold qi in all directions. As Lin Xian absorbed the cold qi of the sea god's ice, his ice martial spirit became stronger and stronger. Now, it was not weaker than the lightning martial spirit. Moreover, he believed that as long as he absorbed all of the sea god's ice, not to mention the lightning martial spirit, even the black flame martial spirit would surpass it. Lin Xian was cultivating in his room, but it wasn't calm outside. During the day, Lin Xian suppressed the heavens prides of the various halls and became the most dazzling figure. Naturally, it attracted the dissatisfaction of many people. Among them, the most dissatisfied were Nangong Hao, Blood Hand, and the others. Especially Nangong Hao, his lungs were about to explode during the day, so when night fell, he immediately sent people to investigate Lin Xian and the others. At the very least, he wanted to feel out the other party's strength. If they were strong, he would think of another way. If they were weak, then they couldn't blame him. He could easily slaughter the other party. Even if the other party's identity was special, he would have a way to resist the anger of the third guardian in the future. In the night sky, 5 figures were like ghosts as they quickly shuttled through the ancient city of the southern desolation. Soon, they arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Not only that, they immediately locked onto Lin Xian's residence. It seemed that the Divine Pill Hall was really powerful to be able to find Lin Xian's residence so easily. The 5 black-clothed men were all 8th-level Honorable Realm cultivators. At this moment, the 5 of them looked at each other and then silently charged forward. Their purpose was naturally to test Lin Xian. However, just as they rose into the air, a saber light flashed in the void and quickly enveloped the 5 of them. Then, 5 heads flew up and blood spurted out as the corpses fell to the ground. The eyes of each of the 5 heads were filled with terror because they didn't believe that someone could easily kill all 5 of them with a single move. A figure appeared. It was Luo Bingshan. She slowly put away her treasured saber and waved her hand, clearing away the corpses, heads, and blood. Even the smell of blood in the air was gone. After doing this, Luo Bingshan's figure flashed and disappeared. The whole process was completed in an instant. Therefore, no one in the ancient city of the Southern Desolation knew that a battle had just happened. Not only Nangong Hao, but Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others also sent people. However, without exception, they were all eliminated by Luo Bingshan. Lin Xian didn't care about what happened outside. This kind of thing didn't require him to do anything. He only needed to patiently cultivate. The night was silent. The next day, the Dark and Light Conference officially began. The streets of the ancient city of the Southern Desolation were filled with disciples of the Black Dragon cult. Both sides of the street were filled with all kinds of stalls. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, treasures, weapons, defensive equipment, pills, spiritual herbs, and all kinds of things related to cultivation were all taken out for trade. It could be said that this was a grand occasion. The entire ancient city of the Southern Desolation was bustling with noise and excitement. If it was outside, the Black Dragon cult's cultivators would definitely snatch the treasures when they saw so many treasures. They might even kill the owners of the treasures. However, the Dark and Light Conference was hosted by the Black Dragon cult. Therefore, even though the Black Dragon cult's disciples were usually very cruel, they didn't dare to kill anyone in the ancient city of the Southern Desolation. Moreover, the ancient city of the Southern Desolation had a rule that no one was allowed to fight in the city. This was an iron law that no one dared to violate. There were people who couldn't do it in the past, but they were all severely punished. Chapter 1355. Lin Xian also woke up early and brought Murong Qingqing, Ruo Bingshan, and the dark red divine dragon out of the restaurant to try their luck. In the dark red divine dragon's words, the Tiannan region was also unusual and mysterious. Perhaps these warriors had some treasures in their hands. Lin Xian also went out with this attitude. This was because something like this had happened before. Some treasures were indeed unknown to ordinary warriors and were even treated as ordinary items. However, in the eyes of true experts, those were priceless treasures. Lin Xian also walked on the street with the two beauties. He did not even look at the stalls on both sides. However, his soul power had already quickly scanned the area. As long as there were treasures, he would definitely not miss them. This is... Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile because he found something special. White bone wood, a very special material. It was one of the materials needed to refine the Red Lotus armor. Lin Xian only found a little bit of it in the Tianwu continent. He did not expect to find something like this in the Tiannan region. Looks like my luck is really good. I didn't expect to find white bone wood not long after I came out. Lin Xian was very excited. Now that he had refined half of the Red Lotus armor, its power was very obvious. Therefore, he hoped to refine all of the Red Lotus armor, and this white bone wood was the key. Therefore, he had to get it. Brat, did you find something good? Seeing Lin Xian smile, the dark red divine dragon asked. That's right. It's indeed something good. Lin Xian nodded and then walked forward. Finally, he stopped at a stall on the right. How much is this? I want it. Lin Xian pointed at something that looked like a bone on the ground and said. The stall owner was a young man with fiery red short hair. His eyes were originally closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan beside him, he was stunned. Then, his eyes shone with a scorching light. You want this thing? The red-haired young man glanced at the white bone wood on the ground. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Name a price. Hearing this, the smile on the red-haired young man's face became even wider. Although he didn't know what the white bone-like thing on the ground was, judging from the other party's tone, it seemed to be rich and overbearing. Toward such a rich man, he naturally would want to rip him off. 30 million spiritual stones and a half earth-level cultivation technique, the young man said quickly. And hearing this, the dark red Bingshan's eyes Bingshan s. 30 million spirit, 4A and a half level cultivation technique. Such a price is that price. It's not just asking for an exorbitant price. It's as if he wants to eat someone alive. In their opinion, the other party would definitely not agree to this price. It white half Bingshan. Would white Bingshan half white. He. Agreed red spiritual. Agreed. After all, compared to the white bone wood, spirit stones and a half earth level cultivation technique were nothing to him. Okay, I agree to your price. Let's do the deal, Lin Xian said indifferently as if he was talking about something insignificant. As soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. What? Did I hear wrongly? 30 million spirit stones and a half earth level cultivation technique. This is truly a shocking amount of money. Not only that. It's fine if it's exchanging for a treasure, but what is that white bone? It looks like trash. Why would anyone buy it? Did this guy make a mistake? Who knows? With his status, I reckon that 30 million and a half earth tier martial art are nothing. So what if he made a mistake? Everyone was discussing. They were envious of Lin Xian's generosity. The red-haired young man was also slightly stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to agree so readily. Could it be that this white bone is really a treasure? He was puzzled. He did not know what this thing was. He did not pay much attention to it before, but now it seemed that it was indeed a treasure. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not spend such a high price to buy it. One had to know that he had only casually mentioned this price. He didn't expect it to work at all. Lin Xian was about to pay when the red-haired young man interrupted. Wait, I changed my mind. What did you say? Lin Xian stopped what he was doing and frowned. I said, I changed my mind. 30 million spirit stones and a half earth level cultivation technique is too cheap. I want to raise the price. Otherwise, I won't sell this white bone. Lin Xian's face darkened. It seemed that this guy wanted to raise the price. The surrounding crowd also understood what was going on. Then, they looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. This guy is really ruthless. 30 million spirit stones and a half earth level cultivation technique are not enough. He wants to raise the price. Is he not afraid of dying? What do you know? He agreed so readily. This means that the white bone is definitely a treasure. He'd be a fool not to raise the price now. However, that guy doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. Don't forget how arrogant he was when he showed up yesterday. The crowd discussed fervently. Lin Xian's face darkened. He asked coldly, what price do you want? This is a special case, but I think you can afford it. The red-haired young man's eyes lit up. Then, he pointed forward. I want her. I want her to accompany me for a night. The red-haired young man pointed at Murong Qingqing. Let her accompany me for a night, then give me 30 million spirit stones and a half earth level cultivation technique. This white bone is yours. What? This guy actually made such a request. He's a kindred spirit. I didn't expect him to have such good taste. I'm so jealous. That girl in purple is a peerless beauty. She's even more beautiful than a fairy. This is going to be a good show. The red-haired young man's words caused an uproar among the surrounding cultivators. The entire street was bustling with discussion. Lin Xian's face darkened completely. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Murong Qingqing was his woman. He didn't allow anyone to have ideas about her, let alone talk about her like that. At the side, Murong Qingqing's face was also cold. As the little princess of a king family, she had never been bullied like this before. If she encountered such a situation outside, she would have killed the other party with a slap. But now, they were in the southern desolate ancient town. Moreover, Lin Xian still had a mission. She really couldn't make a move. However, Lin Xian didn't care about this. He wouldn't let the other party go. Chapter 1356. What? I can't bear to part with it. The red-haired man laughed. Isn't it just a woman? I'm just playing, not leaving. At worst, I'll return it to you after I'm done. Ha 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 ha. If you don't agree, don't even think about taking this bone away. The red-haired young man was very arrogant. Although his request was somewhat unreasonable, he was not afraid at all because the rules of the Dark and Light Convention stated that no fighting was allowed during the convention. Anyone who fought would end up in an incomparably miserable state. Therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Moreover, he came late, so he did not see the scene of Lin Xian's arrival yesterday. Naturally, he did not know Lin Xian's identity. His prediction was good, but it was useless. Hearing this, Lin Xian completely lost control of his killing intent. At this moment, he did not care about the convention's rules at all. He took a step forward, and his right foot quickly kicked forward. This kick was very sudden and incomparably powerful. It carried a terrifying power and dense killing intent. Boom! The red-haired young man's right arm exploded, turning into a bloody mist. His bones shattered all over the ground. Ah! The red-haired young man screamed crazily, covering his wound with a sinister expression. You dare to hurt me? To be honest, he was really stunned because he never thought that the other party would make a move. One had to know that the southern desolate ancient town had a rule that no fighting was allowed in the city. This rule was like a heavenly law that no one dared to violate. But now, someone actually dared to make a move on him. You're dead. The red-haired young man roared crazily. Breaking the city's rules, no one can stop you. You'd better worry about yourself first. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. Like a killing god, his right foot kicked out again. You dare. The red-haired young man's pupils shrank. He did not think that the other party would dare to make a move. The next moment, he roared and retreated, trying to dodge. However, Lin Xian's kick was too fast. Like lightning, it instantly exploded the other party's left arm again. Bang! Another bloody mist, the stinging smell of blood pervaded the air. No! The red-haired young man screamed, his eyes full of fear. He was scared, really scared. Because the other party's strength was stronger than his, and it seemed that he did not care about the city's rules at all. Especially when he saw the other party's gaze, his heart trembled. That gaze was incomparably cold, with a dense killing intent that was even more terrifying than Skyblade. I was wrong, I want to apologize, please spare me. The red-haired young man begging for mercy. Apologize. Lin Xian, you've got the wrong persons. Hearing these words, the red-haired young man hurriedly crawled before Murong Qingqing and started to kowtow. I deserve to die. Blind my mouth. I beg you, spare me. Humph. Murong Qingqing sneered. She did not have a good impression of this guy. If it wasn't Lin Xian today, but someone else, they would probably end up in a terrible state. T. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You will pay for your words. After saying that, the killing intent on his body suddenly erupted. Feeling this aura, the red-haired young man trembled. He knew that the other party wanted to kill him, so he went all out. If you kill me, you'll die too. The enforcement team won't let you go. Boom. However, what answered him was an extremely terrifying kick. The red-haired young man's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, splattering on the faces of the surrounding people. The headless corpse that was sitting cross-legged also fell with a loud bang. Then, Lin Xian stepped on it, crushing it into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to kill someone on the street, and in such a cruel way. Did he not know the rules of the Dark and Light Conference? Crazy, he's crazy. He actually dares to kill someone on the street. That kid is dead. Even if his identity is special, no one can save him. Arrogant, too arrogant. Yesterday, they thought that he was already arrogant to the extreme. They did not expect him to be even more arrogant today, to actually kill someone on the street. Everyone went crazy. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. The red-haired young man's head exploded, and his corpse was torn into pieces. Even if he died, he would not believe that someone would actually dare to kill him on the street without any hesitation. Murong Qingqing sighed. However, looking at Lin Xian's side profile, her heart felt warm. She knew that all of this was because of her. The reason why Lin Xian broke the rules of the Dark and Light Conference was because he cared about her. Therefore, no matter what danger there was, she would face it together with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold, and his body was surrounded by killing intent. The other party dared to have ideas about Murong Qingqing. Killing him like this was too easy. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the white bone wood on the ground and put it into his storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and prepared to leave with his people. However, things were not that simple. The surrounding crowd suddenly dispersed, and a group of martial artists wearing black armor quickly arrived. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in the Southern Desolation ancient city? A fierce voice sounded, intimidating everyone. This was the Southern Desolation ancient city's law enforcement team, used to maintain the stability of the entire ancient city. Normally, they would not make a move because no one dared to break the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. This was the first time, so they were very angry and decided to severely punish the person who did it. Brat, did you kill him? The leader of the law enforcement team was a middle-aged man. His cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. In his eyes, there was even a trace of killing intent. It was reasonable to say that even the members of the law enforcement team would not have killing intent. At most, they would be angry. However, the killing intent in the other party's eyes was indeed hard to understand. In fact, if it was an older generation figure, they would be able to understand. Because it was very normal. The person who died was a disciple of the Azura Hole. Although this middle-aged man was now a member of the law enforcement team, he used to be from the Azura Hole. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Lin Xian kill an Azura Hole disciple, he would have such killing intent. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded, expressionless. It's good that you admit it. Men, come and take him away. That man said coldly. However, Lin Xian frowned. Don't you want to know why I killed him? I don't need to know. I only need to know that you killed someone and broke the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. According to the rules, I need to arrest you and then punish you. That man's voice was cold and merciless. The surrounding crowd was shocked, and many people were puzzled. They could not understand why that man's words were filled with killing intent. It can't be, right? Even if that brat killed someone, he is the disciple of the third guardian. It is reasonable to say that the law enforcement team should not treat him like this. What do you know? The one who died was an Azura Hall disciple, and that law enforcement team's leader, Hui Qing, used to be from the Azura Hall. You say he doesn't have killing intent. Chapter 1357. Looks like that kid is going to be unlucky. Although he's the disciple of the third guardian, the Southern Wind Ancient Town has strict rules. Anyone who violates the rules will be punished. And this kid killed someone on the street. I guess he'll be severely punished. Yeah, maybe his cultivation will be crippled. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, two black-armored martial artists walked out from the law enforcement team and quickly grabbed Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Get lost. For the sake of the law enforcement team, I won't kill you. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being impolite and killing you all." He was not a member of the Black Dragon sect, so he had no scruples at this moment. Others were afraid of the law enforcement hall, but he was not. Therefore, an invisible force surged out of his body and quickly rushed forward. In the next moment, the two law enforcement martial artists were forced back. Lin Xian had held back. Otherwise, the two of them would have been split open and turned into a bloody mist. How dare you! This is the Southern Desolation Ancient Town. No matter who you are, you can't be presumptuous here. Captain Hui Qing shouted coldly. Men, take him down with all your might. Immediately, the law enforcement team behind him rushed toward Lin Xian. These people were very powerful. They were all eighth heaven venerables. At this moment, they attacked with all their might and their speed was extremely fast. Even the surrounding martial artists did not see what was going on. However, although they could not see any trace of the law enforcement team, these people were extremely shocked. It's over. This kid has completely angered the law enforcement team. He's too arrogant. Although he's the disciple of the third guardian, he can't be so presumptuous. This time, he's dead for sure. Sigh, he's too young. It's his first time here. He definitely doesn't know the rules of the Southern Desolation Ancient Town. Yeah, in the past, there were also young geniuses who were arrogant and unruly. They thought that their talent was outstanding and did not care about the rules here. But in the end, they were the unlucky ones. Not to mention their cultivation being crippled, they won't be valued by the Black Dragon sect for the rest of their lives. Hee, it's even better if this guy is unlucky. Who asked him to be so arrogant yesterday? Humph. Even if he managed to evade the enforcers, the Azura Hall will not let him off. Those fellows are a bunch of lunatics. Forget about the disciple of the third protector, even if it was the third protector, the Azura Hall would probably go crazy and kill him. The group of people shook their heads and sneered. They all believed that Lin Xian was dead for sure. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the situation in the field had changed drastically. More than a dozen law enforcement team martialists rushed towards Lin Xian like lightning, arriving in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Their hands were like cold steel as they quickly grabbed at Lin Xian, wanting to take him down. However, Lin Xian had a look of disdain on his face as he casually extended his palm and slapped forward. Paw! The law enforcer in front of him was instantly sent flying. It was as easy as swatting a fly. Bang! The law enforcer's body spun 360 degrees in the air before landing heavily on the ground. His teeth were all broken. This was still Lin Xian holding back. Otherwise, the slap just now would have been enough to explode the other party's head. And after this person, the remaining dozen law enforcement team martialists were all sent flying. These people had arrived like lightning and left even faster. Each of them was like a cannonball as they landed heavily on the ground. Their faces were swollen like pig heads. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned on the spot. The law enforcement team was actually defeated. And they were all sent flying in an instant. But, how is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that those who could become the law enforcement team of the Southern Desolation ancient city were all extremely powerful existences. However, more than a dozen Eighth Heaven supremacies were actually sent flying in an instant. This was simply unbelievable. Perhaps, only the most elite martialists could do this. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in their eyes. This was because they now knew that Lin Xian was definitely not weaker than Nan Gonghao, Bloodhand, and the others. Previously, everyone was afraid because of his identity, but it was different now. These people's gazes changed because they realized that the other party was a true powerhouse. Even if he wasn't the disciple of the third guardian, with his courage and insight, not many people would dare to provoke him. Everyone was stunned. Judging from his strength, he was definitely a Ninth Heaven supremacy. Only a Ninth Heaven supremacy could send the law enforcement team flying so easily. The law enforcement team martialists who were sent flying struggled to stand up, but their bodies were in extreme pain. There was even a cold aura circulating in their bodies, making them unable to condense spirit power. What kind of technique was this? Everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. You dare to hit the law enforcement team? You're courting death. The law enforcement team captain Hu Cheng's face was incomparably ferocious. In the next moment, he roared angrily and circulated all the strength in his body, quickly charging towards Lin Xian. Roaring Tiger Fist. Hu Cheng's palm transformed into a ferocious tiger, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It quickly enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his palm. Immediately, the figure of Cheong Qi appeared. Not only that, but Cheong Qi's body was also covered with a blue aura that was extremely cold. Cheong Qi roared angrily and carried its huge body, fiercely crashing into the tiger fist in front of it. Flying. Crack. That terrifying force directly broke Hu Cheng's entire arm. Poof. Hu Cheng's body was sent flying and heavily crashed into the building behind him. His right arm hung limply by his side. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that even the captain of the law enforcement team was no match for Lin Xian. You! Hu Cheng held his right arm and looked forward in horror. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so terrifying that he could defeat him with a single punch. Who exactly are you? Hu Cheng's expression was ferocious as he gritted his teeth and asked. Don't you think it's too late to ask who I am now? Lin Xian sneered, then took out a black token. The third guardian. When Hu Cheng saw the picture on the token, his pupils constricted. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be related to the third guardian. At the thought of this, cold sweat began to drip down his body. Reckless. He was too reckless. Previously, when the Shura Hall members were killed, he lost his mind and didn't ask about the investigation, let alone find out the identity of the other party. Now, it seemed that things weren't going to be easy. Not to mention the other party's identity, the law enforcement team couldn't take him down based on his strength alone. They didn't even have the face to stay here. Lin Xian looked at the wailing law enforcement team on the ground and shook his head slightly. Then, he turned around and said to Murong Qingcheng and the rest, "Let's go." The group turned around and prepared to leave. However, Hua Cheng was anxious. He stomped his feet and wanted to stop Lin Xian, but he didn't dare to. However, he couldn't let Lin Xian leave just like that. One had to know that Lin Xian killed people on the street and violated the rules of the Southern Desolation ancient city. The law enforcement team had to capture him. If they left him alone, he would definitely be punished by the higher-ups. Chapter 1358. My name is Hua Wufeng. I live in the Drunken Immortal Inn. If anyone is unhappy with me, tell them to come find me. Lin Xian said, then left with Murong Qingqing and the others. Behind them, Hua Qing opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew that with their current strength, there was no way they could stop Hua Wufeng. They would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Captain, are we just going to watch that kid leave? The other enforcers got up from the ground and said unwillingly. What else can we do? Are we going to catch him? Hua Qing snorted. Forget it. That person is not someone we can mess with. Let's report this to the higher-ups and let them handle it. With that, Hua Cheng's face darkened as he led the enforcers away. After the enforcers left, the entire street was in an uproar. Shock. It was simply too shocking. There was someone who killed someone on the street and was not punished. Not only that, even the enforcers could not do anything about it. This was definitely the first time since the Dark Light Conference was held. This Hua Wufeng is too scary. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, he's definitely on par with those top prodigies. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch in this Dark Light Conference. The crowd discussed excitedly. In a VIP room in the Drunken Immortal Inn, two elders, a middle-aged man, and a middle-aged woman were gathered together to discuss something. Beside them, there was a beautiful maid serving them. Everyone, try the spiritual tea of the Drunken Immortal Inn. It's of the highest quality. You guys from the Shura Hall, don't just fight and kill. Sit down and drink tea when you're free. The middle-aged woman smiled as she poured tea. It turned out that the other three were the elders of the Shura Hall. These people all had red hair and a wild aura emanated from their bodies. It seemed that they had cultivated a very domineering technique to change the color of their hair. Elder Xiao Gu, Elder Xiao De, Elder Xiao Mu. Please have some tea. The middle-aged man and the two elders took the spiritual tea, tasted it, and nodded. That's right, the spirit tea of the Drunken Immortal Inn is indeed of the highest quality. The middle-aged man, Elder Xiao Gu, nodded slightly. However, at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, followed by a voice. Elder, this is bad. Bad news. That voice sounded very urgent. Hearing that, the middle-aged woman in the VIP room frowned, and the faces of the other three Azura Hall elders sank. Among them, that Elder Xiao Gu shouted, What are you panicking for? Why are you making a fuss over nothing? He did not want others to think that their Azura Hall was filled with such useless people. However, the disciple outside didn't leave. He still said anxiously, Elders, something bad has happened. Just now, senior brother Luo Jiang was beaten to death on the street. What? Hearing those words, the three elders of the Azura Hall could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. The berserk aura instantly erupted and blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, as a top-notch restaurant, the Drunken Immortal Inn possessed a powerful defensive formation that was able to block those auras. Otherwise, this aura alone would be enough to raise the entire restaurant to the ground. Come in and tell me what happened. Elder Xiao Gu's expression was cold. Yes. Soon, the Azura Hall disciple from outside entered the VIP room, knelt on the ground, and quickly reported. Just now, a person called Hua Wufeng directly beat senior brother Luo Jiang to death on the street. Why did he do it? Elder Xiaoda asked coldly. I don't know. That person knelt on the ground and quickly shook his head. However, Elder Xiaomu coldly snorted, don't care about the reason. He actually dared to beat someone from our Azura Hall to death. Did the enforcers not do anything? The enforcers came, led by Captain Hu Qing, but it was useless. That disciple quickly said, all the enforcers, including Captain Hu Qing, were injured by that person called Hua Wufeng. What? You're saying that the brat even injured the enforcers? Hearing those words, the three elders of the Azura Hall changed their expressions. They did not expect that the other party would be so arrogant. Not only did he dare to kill someone on the street, he even injured the enforcers. This was something that they could not even dream of. What happened after that? Did the enforcers let that arrogant brat leave? Elder Xiao Gu asked in a deep voice. Yes, the brat left a message and left. The enforcers did not do anything. The disciple who knelt on the ground said. What message? The three elders asked in unison. He said that his name is Hua Wufeng and that he lives in the Drunken Immortal Inn. Regarding this matter, if anyone is unhappy and wants to find him, they can come. You're courting death. Arrogant. You've gone too far. The three elders of the Azura Hall were furious. They did not expect that someone would dare to start a fight in the Southern Desolation ancient town. Moreover, his attitude was extremely arrogant. He did not put the Azura Hall in his eyes at all. Hua Wufeng, right? I'll let you know that the disciples of the Azura Hall are not that easy to kill. I don't care who he is. Since he dared to kill someone from the Azura Hall, I'll teach him a lesson this time. You're saying that he lives in the Drunken Immortal Inn. I'd like to see who he is. How dare he be so arrogant? The three elders of the Azura Hall looked ferocious as they prepared to attack the person called Hua Wufeng. They had no choice but to take action. The other party was too arrogant. He had killed someone from the Azura Hall on the street. If they did not step in, they would definitely be mocked by the other halls. Capture that kid. I can't do it. What can he do? The three of them left quickly and headed outside with murderous intent. However, the street outside was not calm at the moment. Initially, the crowd thought that the matter would be over after the enforcement team left. However, they did not expect that there would be another change on the way. A group of martial artists with blood-red hair had cold expressions and murderous intent in their eyes. They quickly came to the street and surrounded Ling Xian and the others. When the crowd saw the group of people with blood-red hair, they were shocked. The Azura Hall. They were from the Azura Hall. The Azura Hall's martial arts were too brutal. Hence, their hair was blood-red and they were easily recognizable. At the moment, more than 20 disciples of the Azura Hall had surrounded Lin Xian and the others. The atmosphere was tense and it looked like a huge battle was about to break out. The surrounding martial artists found a safe place and prepared to watch the battle. Some of them did not know what had happened earlier. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. Are these people crazy? How dare they fight in the Southern Desolation ancient city? Don't they know the rules of the ancient city? Someone was puzzled. However, the person beside him said, "Fuck, brother. Don't you know? That young man just now killed a member of the Azura Hall on the street. Now that the Azura Hall is here for revenge, it's natural." Chapter 1359. Fuck, brother. Don't you know? That young man killed a member of the Azura Hall on the street. It's only natural that the Azura Hall would come for revenge. What? Someone killed someone on the street? And he killed a member of the Azura Hall. The new martial artists were shocked. They did not expect someone to be so bold. The members of the Azura Hall were all madmen. They were all cruel and could not bear to be taken advantage of. Yet, someone dared to provoke them. Not only that, the Azura Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall had a very good relationship because of their similar cultivation techniques. Angering the Azura Hall was equivalent to angering the Blood Fiend Hall. The Blood Fiend Hall was an even more terrifying existence. Their first division leader, Shui Gaoshou, was a battle maniac. Very few people in the younger generation could compete with Shui Gaoshou. Even the older generation might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, they were shocked when they learned that someone had provoked the Azura Hall. I just heard from the drunken immortal that the 3 elders of the Azura Hall have received the news and are rushing over. What? Even the elders of the Azura Hall know. Looks like we're in trouble this time. That kid is dead for sure. Not necessarily. The other party's identity is not simple. His life might not be in danger, but he will definitely be tortured. It's possible. After all, the members of the Azura Hall are all madmen. They won't give anyone face. However, some people still did not believe it. No way, are you crazy? Do you really think they would dare to attack on the street? I'm afraid the law enforcement team will be the first to destroy them. However, many of the people around them had complicated expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Or did you say something wrong? The disciple felt his hair stand on end. However, the surrounding martial artists did not answer. Instead, they sighed heavily. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The situation on the street ahead was even more tense. The members of the Azura Hall surrounded Lin Xian. Their expressions were ferocious and they wanted to tear him apart. Kid, you dare to kill members of the Azura Hall. Kneel down and accept your death. Kid, break your arms and kneel before the Azura Hall. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The group of Azura Hall martial artists glared at Lin Xian and roared with all their might. Those who dare to provoke my Azura Hall can only atone for their crimes with death. Kill him. Avenge our Azura Hall disciples. Looking at the scene around him, Lin Xian sneered. To be honest, he really didn't care about these people. If they dared to make a move, he didn't mind sending them on their way. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said impatiently, Kid, hurry up and kill these flies. They're so annoying. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from afar. It was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The energy contained within was extremely terrifying, causing the ears of the surrounding cultivators to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The next moment, the crowd in front of him dispersed, and 3 figures quickly walked over. The 3 of them were brimming with murderous intent. Their aura materialized and circled around them. It was as if they had come from the Azura Hell. Seeing the 3 figures, the surrounding cultivators held their breaths. They knew that the 3 elders of the Azura Hall had finally arrived. When the Azura Hall disciples saw the 3 figures, they were ecstatic. They shouted, Elder, it's this kid. He's the one who killed our Azura Hall disciples. Elder, you must kill this kid and avenge senior brother Luo Jiang. Hearing this, the 3 elders nodded their heads heavily. Don't worry. No one dares to kill our Azura Hall disciples. I'll make him pay a painful price. Elder Xiao Mu said coldly. Elder Xiao Gu took a step forward and stared coldly at Lin Xian. You're the one who killed our Azura Hall disciples? His voice was filled with boundless murderous intent, causing the surrounding space to distort. If you're talking about that trash, I'm the one who killed him. Lin Xian nodded, not caring at all. You're courting death. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Elder Xiao Gu was even more exposed. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying murderous aura surged around him. If that's the case, go to hell. As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Countless blood-red lights surrounded his palm, and a terrifying aura filled the air. He was about to throw a punch. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Elder Xiao Gu's path. In the next moment, a calm voice sounded. Elder Xiao Gu, please stop. This is the matter of our enforcers. Let us handle it. A majestic voice sounded in the air. Then, everyone was shocked and looked forward. Elder Xiao Gu was also stunned. However, when he saw the person in front of him, he slowly lowered his hand. Elder Linghu. Elder Xiao Gu's expression was solemn as he looked at the gray-robed elder in front of him. Since Elder Linghu has personally taken action, I naturally have to respect it. However, this little thief killed our Azura Hall disciples on the street. I hope Elder Linghu will give us an explanation. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily. Elder Linghu nodded slightly. Don't worry. The ancient city of the Southern Desolation has its own rules. No matter who it is, even the Hall Master must abide by the rules. Since he broke the rules, he must be punished accordingly. You Azura Hall can rest assured about this. Since the other party had said so, the three elders of the Azura Hall had no reason to take action. They led the disciples of the Azura Hall to the side and watched quietly. Although they couldn't kill the other party with their own hands, they could still vent their anger by watching the other party being punished with their own eyes. Elder Linghu turned around and stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, You're Hua Wufeng. I didn't do it. It's me. Lin Xian still looked calm, as if he didn't care about the punishment that was about to come. Seeing his expression, Elder Linghu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. However, soon after, he said in a deep voice. Although Luo Jiang was the one who started it and humiliated the people around you, you can't kill him. After all, this punishment is too heavy for Luo Jiang. However, since you broke the rules of the ancient city of the Southern Desolation, you must be punished accordingly. Therefore, you must pay 50 million spiritual stones as compensation. Moreover, we will take you away and lock you up for 3 days to reflect on your actions. Compensation. Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up and he narrowed his eyes. The other party's way of handling things was beyond his expectations. On the other hand, the disciples of the Azura Hall were stunned. Elder Linghu, what did you say? 50 million. 3 days of confinement. Chapter 1360. The people from the Azura Hall were stunned. Elder Linghu, what did you say? 50 million yuan. He'll be grounded for 3 days. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He killed someone from the Azura Hall on the street. How can that be the only punishment? We must cripple his martial arts and expel him from the Black Dragon sect. To be honest, the people from the Azura Hall were stunned, especially the 3 elders. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They did not expect the enforcers to make such a decision in the end. Was this not a slap to the Azura Hall's face? The surrounding disciples of the Black Dragon sect were dumbfounded. They could not believe the result of the punishment. Elder Xiao Da's expression was also gloomy. He said coldly, Elder Linghu, if I remember correctly, the punishment for killing someone on the street in the southern wilderness should be to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the Black Dragon sect. I don't know if I'm wrong. Elder Xiao Gu snorted coldly. Elder Linghu, is this the explanation you're giving to the Azura Hall? What a joke. Then, the disciples of the Azura Hall glared at the scene in front of them angrily. Seeing the attitude of the Azura Hall, Elder Linghu's expression also darkened. He said coldly, "May I ask the three elders of the Azura Hall if you know the other party's identity? Do you know why he killed Luo Jiang?" Hearing that, the three elders were speechless. To be honest, they really did not know, but so what if they knew? They did not want a reason, they wanted the other party to die. As expected, you don't know. Elder Linghu sighed and said in a deep voice. Let's put it this way. Luo Jiang from the Azura Hall was obsessed and wanted to lay his hands on a woman next to the other party. In the end, he got himself into trouble and was killed. Hearing that, the three elders of the Azura Hall frowned. Was that the reason? What was that? If the Azura Hall took a fancy to a woman, it was reasonable even if they openly snatched her. However, in the next moment, Elder Linghu's words stunned the three of them. This was because Elder Linghu said slowly, the other party's name is Hua Wufeng. He's the disciple of the third guardian. Moreover, according to our calculations, his strength has reached the 9th heaven of the venerable state. He can be said to be a top genius. Do you think that such a person can endure Luo Jiang's provocation? 9th heaven venerable. A young heaven's pride. Which one of them isn't arrogant and unruly? Besides, it was Luo Jiang's fault to begin with. Therefore, there is no problem with my punishment. To be honest, the three elders of the Azura Hall were indeed stunned. They hadn't expected the other party to be so powerful. He was actually a 9th level venerable. Furthermore, what shocked them even more was the other party's identity. The other party turned out to be the disciple of the third protector. This identity was indeed a little tricky. Therefore, in the next moment, they subconsciously looked at Lin Xian. However, when they saw the disdainful smile on Lin Xian's face, they were instantly enraged. His anger rose to his head and burned his brain. I'm going to die from anger, I'm really going to die from anger. Elder Xiao Gu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His hair was standing up, and his eyes were red. As for the two elders beside him, they were also fuming with anger. You're going too far. Do you really think that there's no one in my Azura Hall? They were really mad. One had to know that they cultivated the Azura technique. It was incomparably violent and unrestrained. At this moment, they were blinded by hatred and had lost their minds. Therefore, they no longer cared about the third protector's disciple. They were all glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. No, I don't care who he is. Since he has broken the rules, he must die. Hearing this, Elder Linghu frowned. To be honest, this scene was within his expectations because the other party was from the Azura Hall. Speaking of which, he was most afraid of dealing with people from the Azura Hall because they were complete lunatics. They weren't from the Blood Fiend Hall. Although the Blood Fiend Hall was involved in killing, they were still clear-headed. However, once the people from the Azura Hall went crazy, they really didn't care about their own family. Even if the other party was the third protector's disciple, these people would probably charge forward and fight with their lives on the line. Since he knew the temper of the Azura Hall, he naturally had a way to deal with it. He said in a low voice again, "It seems that the three of you don't agree with the punishment of my enforcement team. What kind of punishment is this?" "The Azura Hall doesn't agree with it at all," Elder Xiao Gu said coldly. He really couldn't agree with it. If he admitted it this time, the Azura Hall might not be able to raise their heads in the Black Dragon sect anymore. On the side, Elder Xiao said, "Elder Linghu, your enforcement team only cares about the third protector's reputation. Have you ever thought about the Azura Hall's reputation? If we admit defeat today, where will the Azura Hall's reputation go?" "That's right. Aren't your enforcement team working together with the third protector to humiliate the Azura Hole? Elder Xiao Mu's face darkened. Indeed, they couldn't tolerate it. If no one knew about this, they would have let it go this time. However, now that the whole city knew about it, the Azura Hall naturally couldn't just let it go. They had to severely punish the other party. This was the only way to preserve the Azura Hall's reputation. This way, no one would dare to provoke the Azura Hall in the future. Hearing this, Elder Linghu sighed. I know you don't agree because you don't want to embarrass the Azura Hall. How about this, I'll give the Azura Hall some face. What do you think? I'll ask Hua Wufing to apologize to the Azura Hall. That should satisfy you, right? Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Indeed, that would be giving the Azura Hall enough face. That was because Hua Wufing's identity and status were both top-notch. Asking him to apologize was definitely giving the Azura Hall a lot of face. However, the three elders of the Azura Hall had already lost their minds due to anger. Their eyes were red and they couldn't listen to anything. He can apologize, but he must kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elder Linghu frowned. Asking Hua Wufing to apologize was giving the Azura Hall face. However, asking him to kneel and apologize was not just giving the Azura Hall face. That was a slap to the third protector's face. How could the third protector agree to something like that? However, seeing the three elders of the Azura Hall go crazy, Elder Linghu knew that they wouldn't listen to any advice. Thus, he could only sigh and step aside. Since the Azura Hall doesn't agree with the punishment, then I'll leave it to the two of you to settle it yourselves. However, I don't want any more murders to happen. He really had no other choice. The Azura Hall was crazy and wouldn't listen to any advice. On the other hand, Hua Wufing's identity was special, so he couldn't forcefully stop him. Thus, he could only leave it to the two of them to settle it. Moreover, he believed that with him present, there wouldn't be any accidents. No matter who was at a disadvantage, it would have nothing to do with the enforcement team. Seeing Elder Linghu step aside, Xiao Gu and the others snorted. They didn't expect the enforcement team to help. As long as they didn't stop them, it would be a very good outcome. In the end, his eyes were red as he stared ahead. Brat, how dare you kill a disciple of the Azura Hall? You must kneel and apologize today. Kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize to a disciple of the Azura Hall. Chapter 1361. Kid, how dare you kill a disciple of the Azura Hall? You must kneel down and apologize today. Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down to a disciple of the Azura Hall. Kid, I advise you to do as you're told. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. The three elders of the Azura Hall looked ferocious like demons. They quickly walked forward and surrounded Lin Xian. As for the Azura Hall's disciples behind him, they followed closely behind him. As for the surrounding cultivators, they continuously moved backwards to create sufficient space for them. However, they did not leave. Instead, they watched the battle anxiously. Elder Linghu's eyes flickered as he secretly channeled his spiritual energy. If the situation went beyond his expectations, he would stop it immediately. Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed as he looked at the aggressive Azura Hall disciples. Kneel down and apologize. Not bad, that's a good suggestion. I'll agree. What? Hearing this, the surrounding people were all stunned. He agreed. How is that possible? Kneeling down and apologizing was extremely humiliating. It was even worse than death. However, the other party had agreed. The elders of the Azura Hall were stunned when they heard that. Then, they laughed ferociously. Kid, at least you know what's good for you. Humph, now you know how powerful the Azura Hall is. Even Elderling who was stunned. He did not expect the other party to agree. Could it be that Hua Wufeng is really just a pushover? However, everyone was stunned in the next moment. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind and his expression was arrogant. He said coldly, I'm not the one who wants to kneel. It's you. He pointed at the people of the Azura Hall. If the three of you kneel down and apologize to me, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Azura Hall. What? He wants the Azura Hall to kneel down and apologize. Everyone's mind went blank. They felt that their brains were not enough. The plot had reversed too quickly. I knew it. That kid is so arrogant. How could he kneel down and apologize? Arrogant. He's too arrogant. He killed the people of the Azura Hall and wants them to kneel down and apologize. What a savage. Oh no, retreat, retreat quickly. Those lunatics from the Azura Hall will definitely go crazy. Don't hurt the innocent. The Azura Hall had indeed gone mad. They had never expected that the other party would actually want them to kneel and apologize. Brat, what did you say? You want us to kneel down and apologize? Elder Xiao Gu had a ferocious look on his face. The aura on his body was extremely berserk. You're courting death. Elder Xiaoda gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Although Elder Xiaomu didn't say anything, the killing intent on his body was like a wild blade that wanted to tear apart the vault of heaven. The Azura Hall disciples behind him were also glaring furiously. As long as the elder gave the order, they would definitely charge forward like crazy. Lin Xian paid no heed to the Azura Hall that was about to go berserk. He sneered, what? You're not satisfied with kneeling? Alright, I'll tell you why I want you to kneel. First of all, your Azura Hall's disciple actually dared to humiliate my woman. Naturally, he has committed a capital offense. It is only right for me to kill him. Originally, this matter was already settled, but you three old farts actually came to stop me. You've wasted my time, you deserve to die. Do you know how precious my time is? You've actually wasted it. If it weren't for the enforcement team, I would have already killed all of you. Now, I'm only asking you to kneel and apologize. I'm already giving you face. Are you still not satisfied? Lin Xian's voice was ice cold, and his words were filled with arrogance. This time, Lin Xian wasn't deliberately looking for trouble. He was really angry, so the other party had to kneel and apologize to him. You've gone too far. Brat, you're too arrogant. Elder Xiao Gu was extremely ferocious. So what if you're the third guardian's disciple? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know how to respect your elders. Elder Xiao Da's entire body trembled. Elder Xiaomu's expression was even crazier. He roared furiously, brat, go to hell. Then, he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Gu and Xiao Da also moved. The three of them joined forces and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. The three of them were all at the early stage of the 9th rank. Now that they attacked with all their strength, their momentum was extremely terrifying. The entire street was enveloped by an invisible force. The air condensed, and everyone felt as if they were suffocating. 9th rank venerables were existences that they looked up to. At this moment, 3 9th rank venerables attacked, and their power was definitely beyond imagination. The entire southern wasteland ancient city activated a defensive array at the first moment. Mysterious inscriptions flickered on the streets for protection. Otherwise, just the aura of the 3 people would be enough to destroy the entire ancient city. Seeing that the defensive array had been activated, the three elders of the Azura Hall attacked even more recklessly. Their violent aura connected heaven and earth, forming a large demonic cloud that covered the sky. Brat, go to hell. Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist. Elder Xiao Mu was the first to attack, so he was also the first to arrive at Lin Xian's side. His entire right arm was wrapped with terrifying demonic patterns, emitting a shocking murderous aura. Terrifying power surged out along with his fist and fiercely blasted forward. The void shattered, and the earth trembled. The entire southern wasteland ancient city shook slightly. This was still the defensive state of the array. Otherwise, this punch would definitely split the entire southern wasteland ancient city in half. Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist. This is the ultimate technique of the Azura Hole. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It seemed that the people of the Azura Hole were really crazy. It's over, it's over. The Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid no one in the same realm can resist it. Although that Hua Wufing is also a 9th rank venerables, I'm afraid he can't block this punch, right? This punch shocked many people. They didn't expect the people of the Azura Hall to use their ultimate technique right from the start. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, Lin Xian's face was filled with disdain. The power of the opponent's punch had only increased by 3 times. It shouldn't be an Earth rank martial art. Even if it was an Earth rank martial art, he wouldn't be afraid. Therefore, in the next moment, he sneered and quickly circulated the Furious Dragon art in his body. Furious Dragon Fist. Lin Xian didn't use his martial soul. He only used the strength of his physical body to throw out this punch. Instantly, his chi and blood surged like a vast ocean, and terrifying power quickly surged out. The power of this punch was too terrifying. When it hit the air, it directly let out a deep dragon's roar, as if a huge dragon was charging out. Boom! Elder Xiao Mu's Azura Demon Slaughtering Fist was instantly shattered. Not only that, the violent power sent him flying. Boom! 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 6 houses were destroyed in a row before Elder Xiao Mu fell into a pile of ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't expect Elder Xiao Mu to be defeated in a single move. Moreover, it was under the circumstances of using his ultimate technique. Chapter 1362. Boom! 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 After destroying 6 houses in a row, Old Man Xiao Mu finally collapsed in the ruins. Looking at this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They did not expect Elder Xiao Mu to be defeated in one move. Furthermore, he had used his ultimate technique. This was too inconceivable. Even Elder Linghu's pupils constricted. His expression turned grave. To be honest, he did not think Lin Xian would win. He knew the Azura Hall's strength. He had thought that once the 3 from the Azura Hall had vented their anger and Lin Xian was slightly injured, he would end the fight at the crucial moment. That would be the end of it. However, he did not expect Elder Xiao Mu of the Azura Hall to be sent flying in an instant. That was beyond his expectations. What shocked him even more was the 6 houses that had been destroyed. The entire southern wilderness ancient town was enveloped by a defensive formation. Even the houses were extremely sturdy. Ordinary 9th heaven supremacies might not be able to break through them. Yet now, that person had smashed apart 6 houses. One could well imagine how terrifying that person's strength was. How could Hua Wufing be so powerful? He was probably comparable to a ninth heaven supremacies in the middle stage. Elder Linghu's eyelids twitched as he looked ahead. Elder Xiaogu and Elder Xiaoda's pupils constricted. They did not believe that Hua Wufing could succeed in one move. It seemed that they had underestimated Hua Wufing's strength. Don't hesitate. Let's attack together. Elder Xiaogu roared. Then, the two of them unleashed an unparalleled power. Azura Spear. Elder Xiaogu's demonic aura surged and formed a black spear in the air. There were demonic runes carved on it, emitting a terrifying power. In the next moment, he held the spear with both hands and stabbed it forward. Boom! The spear was extremely terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a black demonic dragon. It roared in the air and caused the space in front of it to collapse. The terrifying power enveloped Lin Xian. Demon-slaying saber. Elder Xiaoda also took out a treasured blade and quickly slashed forward. The two elders joined forces. Their power was 3 times stronger than Elder Xiaomu's. One could imagine that there was absolutely no one in the same level who could withstand it. Lin Xian still sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and the raging dragon incantation in his body circulated crazily. Vigorous qi and blood surged and rushed into the sky, forming a blood dragon in the sky and quickly circling above his head. Elder Linghu was shocked when he saw this terrifying scene. He had never seen someone with such powerful qi and blood. This was definitely beyond his understanding. Get lost! Lin Xian roared as he punched out with both of his fists. Pang! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out as invisible waves rapidly spread out in all directions. This collision was too terrifying, causing many of the surrounding martial artists to bleed from their ears. Some of the weaker ones even fainted from the impact. In the sky, the Azura spear condensed from demonic qi was shattered by this punch, turning into countless black fragments. Elder Xiaogu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest caved in as he was flung away. On the other side, Elder Xiaoda's situation was even worse. His long saber struck his opponent's fist, producing a terrifying sound. The rebounding force caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open. Blood spurted out as his long saber fell to the ground. His entire arm was also destroyed by this force. It was not broken. Instead, it was directly turned into minced meat by this force. Elder Xiaoda covered his wound and screamed. His expression was extremely ferocious. Shock! Absolute shock. In an instant, the 3 Azura Hall elders were severely injured. In front of Lin Xian, they had no power to resist at all. The surrounding crowd was stunned because they did not expect this outcome at all. The corner of Elder Linghu's mouth twitched. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The 3 Azura Hall elders also looked at Lin Xian in shock. Their expressions were full of fear. They did not expect this young man in front of them to be so powerful. The 3 of them together could not defeat him. As for the Azura Hall disciples behind them, they were even more stunned. They originally wanted to charge forward, but now they stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move. Their 3 elders had been defeated, let alone them. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let them off so easily. Old man, you want me to kneel down and apologize? Kneel down and apologize to me. With that, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and the dragon catcher hand flew out like an angry dragon. 3 rays of light quickly grabbed at the 3 Azura Hall elders. Kid, how dare you? Get lost. How dare you touch me? The Azura Hall and you are irreconcilable. Elder Xiaoda and the other 2 elders roared crazily. They were really scared. If they kneeled down and apologized to Lin Xian in front of everyone, they would not be able to survive in the future. Not only the three of them, but the entire Azura Hall would also be slapped in the face and become a laughing stock. Such an outcome was even more unbearable than being killed. Therefore, although the three of them were severely injured, they could not care less at this moment. They began to burn their spiritual energy and exploded with a terrifying power to resist. However, Lin Xian was not Hua Wufeng. He was someone who could easily kill a peak 9th rank venerable, let alone 3 venerables in the early 9th rank. Therefore, the dragon catcher hand slammed on the 3 of them and instantly scattered the spiritual energy that they had gathered. Soon after, 3 gigantic palms of light grabbed the 3 elders of the Azura Hall and lifted them up as if they were ants. No! You can't do this. Elder Linghu, save us quickly. The faces of the Azura Hall elders turned green. They were no longer as crazy as before. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear as they screamed. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They did not expect the Azura Hall, which was usually fierce and famous like a lunatic, to be like this. The corner of Elder Linghu's mouth twitched. He did not expect this to happen either. However, he decided to stop it. No matter what, he could not let the 3 elders of the Azura Hall kneel down and apologize in front of everyone. If he really did that, the entire Azura Hall would probably go crazy. Therefore, in the next moment, he rushed toward Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "All right, stop it. You've vented your anger. Quickly release the 3 elders." Lin Xian frowned and a cold light shone in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Elder Linghu with a terrifying gaze. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll make you kowtow with me." Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. He did not have a good impression of Elder Linghu. He only wanted to maintain the internal balance of the Black Dragon sect. However, why would Lin Xian listen to him? He was not a member of the Black Dragon sect. His goal was to destroy the Black Dragon sect. Chapter 1363. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Elder Linghu with a terrifying gaze. "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? I'll get lost, or I'll make you kowtow with me." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Many people even thought that they were dreaming and couldn't believe their ears. What is he doing? How dare he scold Elder Linghu? Fuck. Crazy, he's really crazy. How dare he speak to the leader of the enforcement team like that? Does he want to die? Everyone says that the people of the Azura Hall are crazy, but why do I feel that this kid is even crazier than them? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Elder Linghu was even more stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. What was he doing? Scolding him. His face darkened when he thought of that. Good. 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 Kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You don't even put me in your eyes. Elder Linghu was so angry that he laughed. Then I'll see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant in front of me. The 3 elders of the Azura Hall were originally in despair when they were caught by Lin Xian, but now they were laughing wildly. They were very excited. "Ha, this idiot kid dares to scold Elder Linghu. He's dead for sure now." In the next moment, they all roared, "Elder Linghu, did you see that? This kid is too arrogant. Elder Linghu, hurry up and take him down. Punish him severely. We can't let someone like him out, or he'll be a threat to the entire Darklight Convention. Capture him, cripple his cultivation, and get rid of this disaster forever." The 3 elders of the Azura Hall roared crazily. Elder Linghu's eyes were gloomy, and in the next moment, a terrifying power erupted from his body. As the leader of the enforcement team, Elder Linghu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th-level supremacy realm. He was much stronger than the 3 elders of the Azura Hole. At this moment, his aura erupted, forming countless gusts of wind that blew throughout the entire ancient city of the Southern Desolation. The world was dark and gloomy, and a terrifying power quickly spread out in all directions. Elder Linghu straightened his body, and the aura on his body was extremely sharp. He stretched out a palm and grabbed in front of him. Thunder roared, thunder, forming a sea of lightning. Terrifying lightning energy exploded, forming numerous lightning beasts that danced in the air. Together with the terrifying palm, they instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. As for the 3 Azura Hall elders, they were overjoyed. In the next moment, he roared, and countless purplish-white thunderbolts surged in his body. They quickly gathered in front of him, forming a purplish-white thunderbolt fist that blasted forward. When the purplish-white thunderbolt appeared, the surrounding void shook violently. Countless black holes appeared as if they couldn't withstand the power. A strange and terrifying power surged out and instantly tore apart the sea of lightning formed by the thunder palm. What? The power of Thunderbolt. He also possesses the power of Thunderbolt. Is he a Thunder-type martial artist? Purplish-white Thunderbolt. What kind of Thunderbolt is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Seeing Lin Xian secretly use a Thunder-type martial art, everyone's jaws dropped. They were shocked. Elder Linghu's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be a Thunder-type martial artist like him. However, he quickly calmed down. So what if you're a Thunder-type martial artist? You're just a kid. How can you beat me? Get down. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The power of Thunderbolt in his body surged and quickly poured into his palm, causing the thunder palm in the void to shine even brighter. In the next moment, the purplish-white Thunderbolt fist and the thunder palm collided violently. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was loud. Countless thunderbolts were like wild snakes, blasting in all directions. Cracks appeared in the void like a broken mirror. The earth trembled, and countless defensive arrays flashed, quickly protecting the entire ancient town. Even so, the terrifying power caused the entire ancient town to shake violently. Caw caw caw. Ear-piercing sounds rang in the sky, as if metal was breaking. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. Then, they opened their mouths wide in horror. Because they discovered that the radiance of the rushing thunder hand only persisted for a moment, and then loudly shattered, splitting into countless bolts of lightning. The purplish-white thunderbolt fist was like the fist of the thunder god. It quickly broke through the thunder palm and blasted toward Elder Linghu in an even more violent manner. What? How is this possible? Elder Linghu's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. That was his ultimate skill, the thunder palm. How could it be broken so easily? How strong was his opponent? How could he have such terrifying power? However, he did not have time to think about this because the purplish-white thunderbolt fist was already coming toward him. He did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge to the side. However, he had underestimated the thunderbolt fist. The moment he moved, the purplish-white thunderbolt fist in the sky moved with him. Not only that, the fist accelerated midway and blasted directly on Elder Linghu's body. Rumble. The thunderbolt exploded, and the terrifying energy drowned the surroundings. Elder Linghu screamed as he was struck by the thunderbolt. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. That was Elder Linghu. He was the highest leader of the enforcement team and was extremely terrifying. Even the hall masters of the various halls had to be polite when they met him. However, he was defeated at the hands of a young man. This was simply too unbelievable. The three elders of the Azura Hall were even more shocked. Their minds were blank, and their faces were filled with despair. They had thought that with Elder Linghu's help, they would be able to subdue the detestable brat in front of them. However, they did not expect him to be so powerful that even Elder Linghu was no match for him. Their faces were ashen, and the hope that had risen in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Did they really have to kowtow to this brat in front of everyone? At that thought, the three elders had the urge to kill themselves. They even wanted to self-destruct and die. However, Lin Xian did not give them any chance at all. The three green dragon hands were like the hands of a demon god, holding them down tightly. The three elders of the Azura Hall could not mobilize the spiritual power in their bodies. Get over here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Three light palms carrying the three elders of the Azura Hall quickly flew over. Bam! Bam! Chapter 1364. They are kneeling. They are really kneeling. The crowd exclaimed when they saw the scene unfolding before them. They could not believe that they would see such a scene one day. Three Shura Hall elders were kneeling before a young man. Since you like kneeling and apologizing, I'll do as you wish. After saying that, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Three gigantic azure dragon palms appeared in the air and pressed the heads of the three Shura Hall elders to the ground. Bang! 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 Under Lin Xian's control, the three Shura Hall elders could not resist at all. They were forced to kneel on the ground and kowtow. When their heads touched the ground, they let out a low groan. Southern Desolation Ancient Town. At this moment, the street was silent. Only the sound of the heads hitting the ground could be heard. Bang bang bang. The sound was so low that it seemed to be knocking on everyone's hearts. No one could describe their feelings at this moment. It was like a dream. The three elders of the Azura Hall were pressed to the ground and they were kowtowing non-stop. This scene was simply too shocking. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The disciples of the Shura Hall were stunned. Even the three Shura Hall elders who were pressed to the ground and kowtowed non-stop were stunned. Until now, the three elders still could not believe that the young man dared to make them kowtow and apologize in public. This was no longer a matter of face slapping. This was a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The Shura Hall was humiliated like this today. They would definitely go berserk. At that time, the entire hall would be infuriated. Even if the young man was the disciple of the third guardian, he would not be able to suppress his anger. In the end, even the third guardian would not be able to protect him. Lunatic, this guy is definitely a lunatic. In the distance, Elder Linghu supported his body. His eyes were filled with shock. After knowing this, the Shura Hall would definitely not rest until the young man in front of him was dead. There was also the Blood Fiend Hall. They had a very good relationship with the Shura Hall. He was afraid that even the Blood Fiend Hall would not be able to take this lying down. At that time, when the two halls went berserk, the young man in front of him would not be able to resist. However, the surrounding martial artists did not care about this at all. They were not disciples of the Shura Hall, nor were they under the third guardian. Therefore, the outcome of this matter had nothing to do with them. However, at this moment, their eyes were red and they were trembling with excitement. Looking at this scene, many people felt their blood boil, and they could not help but raise their heads to the sky and roar. Idol, this is my fucking idol. Arrogant, too arrogant. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Awesome, this is too awesome. Three elders kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. If there comes a day when I have such strength, I would be willing to die. These people from the Black Dragon sect were originally disciples of the demonic sect. They only worshipped strength and didn't care about relationships or reasons. They only worshipped the strong, but Lin Xian's rampant behavior today and the scene before their eyes had deeply convinced these people. From their point of view, this was what true experts were like. They wanted their enemies to kneel at their feet. However, there were still some people who swallowed their saliva fiercely. It was as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. It's over. There's going to be a huge earthquake. I'm afraid this dark and light conference won't be peaceful. If what happened yesterday spreads, the people from the Azura Hall will definitely come knocking on our door. No matter how strong he is, can he fight against the entire Azura Hall? After all, even the third guardian himself could not start a war with an entire hall. In front of them, the three Azura Hall elders who were kneeling on the ground regained their senses and let out sharp screams. Kid, how dare you treat us like this? You're dead. The Azura Hall will not rest until you die. The humiliation I suffered today, I will return it 100 times over in the future. You're finished. No one can save you. Even the third guardian can't protect you. Just you wait. Wait for our Azura Hall's counterattack. We'll tear you apart. The three elders kneeled on the ground. Their heads were pressed down by the three light elders and they kept kowtowing. However, they did not stop roaring. If sound could kill, they would have torn the other party into countless pieces long ago. Behind them, the disciples of the Azura Hall saw this scene and their faces were filled with despair. Elders, get up. Fight back. Release the elders of the Azura Hall now. Otherwise, when the Azura Hall's army arrives, they'll tear you to pieces. All the disciples of the Azura Hall roared madly. However, none of them dared to step forward. It would be a small matter if they were killed by the other party, but if they were pressed to the ground and kowtowed, they might as well kill themselves. No matter what you say, it's useless. Today, the three of them will kowtow to the end. 100 of them. Not one less. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked around. He controlled the giant light palm in the air and intimidated everyone like an emperor. In the distance, Elder Ling Hu saw this scene and was extremely shocked. The corner of his mouth twitched. He now knew that the young man in front of him was not someone they could provoke. However, this scene was too shocking. He could not let it continue. Otherwise, his position as the leader of the enforcers would be over. Sir Hua, stop. I beg you. You vented your anger and kowtowed. Hurry up and release the three elders. Elder Ling Hu spoke. His voice was no longer as arrogant as before. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect the leader of the enforcers to be begging someone. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Now you know how to beg for mercy. What were you doing earlier? Weren't you very arrogant before? Lin Xian sneered. I've said it before. 100 kowtows. Not one less. Elder Ling Hu's eyelids twitched when he heard that. However, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He did not dare to say anything because the other party was stronger than him. Moreover, the other party had no qualms. He was a madman. If he said anything more, the other party would probably press him to the ground and kowtow. Elder Xiao Gu roared madly, Kid, you're too arrogant. So what if I kowtow to you 100 times? As long as I'm alive, I'll lead the Azura Hall's army and kill you. Not only you, but everyone related to you will die. Yes, all of them will die. Elder Xiao Da's face was also filled with madness. Especially those 2B asterisk cheese beside you. They'll die with you. He was mad because this murder was caused by a woman. Not only did he hate Lin Xian, but he also hated the Murong Qingqing beside Lin Xian. Kid, kill us if you dare. Otherwise, you'll pay 100 times the price. The three Azura Hall elders' voices were so miserable that they sounded like evil spirits. Everyone who heard them trembled. Lin Xian's face darkened. There was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 1365. The three elders of the Azura Hall screamed miserably, as if they were evil spirits. Everyone who heard them trembled in fear. Lin Xian's face darkened as well. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. How dare you threaten me now? It seems like you don't know what's good for you. So what if I threaten you? Offending the Azura Hall is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Kill me if you dare, or I'll make you suffer 10,000 times more. The three elders roared in anger. They did not believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill them. Kill you? Do you think I don't dare to? Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying killing intent as he spoke. It was as if a sword of slaughter was hanging in the air. That aura made everyone tremble. Many of them even wanted to kneel on the ground. The three elders of the Azura Hall in front of Lin Xian. They bore the brunt of Lin Xian's attack. They screamed as they were enveloped by Lin Xian's insane killing intent. Their eyes were filled with fear. No, you can't do it. Elder Ling Hu shouted frantically. He wanted to stop Lin Xian. Elder Xiao Gu was also shocked. He screamed, "Brat, how dare you trick me?" Bang! Lin Xian did not say a word. Instead, he responded with a fierce attack. Lin Xian's dragon catcher hand slammed down on Elder Xiao Gu's head. Brain matter flew out and blood splattered everywhere. Elder Xiao Gu's half-rotten body fell to the ground with a plop. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. He killed someone. He killed someone again. After killing the disciples of the Azura Hall, Lin Xian killed someone again. This time, he killed an elder of the Azura Hall. Everyone's heart trembled violently. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill someone again. Moreover, he killed an elder of the Azura Hall. Lin Xian was going to pierce through the sky. Elder Xiao De and Elder Xiao Mu were stunned as they looked at the corpse on the ground. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill without any hesitation. Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you kill an elder of the Azura Hall? No one in this world can save you. Elder Xiao De roared ferociously as if he had gone mad. Noisy. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He controlled the azure dragon hand above him and once again smashed down. Immediately, Elder Xiao Da's head exploded. Another one had died. Seeing Elder Xiao Da's corpse fall, everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Kill all of us if you have the ability. However, even if you kill us, the Azura Hall will avenge us. The last elder, Elder Xiao Mu, roared. You don't have to use the Azura Hall to scare me. If I want to, I can destroy the Azura Hall anytime. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. His palm fell, and Elder Xiaomu immediately exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and corpses flew everywhere. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. Everyone's scalp went numb as they looked at the three corpses in the field, dumbstruck. What happened today was too shocking. They might not be able to see it a second time in their lives. Elder Ling Hu's scalp went numb. He knew that things were completely out of his control. On the other hand, the disciples of the Azura Hall were so agitated that they went crazy. They didn't expect that their 3 elders would be pressed to the ground and kowtowed. Now, they were killed in front of everyone. It made them feel as if the sky was falling down. You're courting death. How dare you kill our elders? I'll fight you to the death. One of the disciples' eyes were bloodshot. He was so agitated that he couldn't care less about anything else. He charged at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he punched out, and the Azura Hall disciple's body was instantly torn into pieces. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wishes. Go. Fight him to the death. Avenge our elders. The group of Azura Hall disciples' eyes were red as they charged at Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian didn't show any mercy. As long as anyone dared to come within 3 feet of him, he would kill them all with a punch. Bang bang bang. In an instant, 5 Azura Hall martial artists were killed by him. Everyone's scalp went numb. They were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Elder Ling Hu was also dumbfounded. He even forgot to stop them. However, as more and more Azura Hall disciples charged at Lin Xian without a care for their lives, a cold shout came from the void. All of you, stop. The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. It stunned everyone, especially the Azura Hall disciples. Their bodies froze on the spot, and the redness in their eyes quickly faded. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the void. Elder Ling Hu's expression changed drastically. He bowed respectfully to the void. Greetings, City Governor. What? City Governor. Hearing this, the crowd exploded. They didn't expect that the majestic voice came from the city governor of the Southern Desolation Ancient Town. Although the Southern Desolation Ancient Town didn't belong to any hall, it was still a part of the Black Dragon sect. The city governor's status was equivalent to the 4 great protectors. He was even above the hall masters. They didn't expect that even the city governor would be alerted this time. No figure appeared in the sky. However, the voice clearly rang in everyone's ears. Today's matter ends here. Everyone should leave immediately. The Azura Hall disciples can't act presumptuously here. Hua Wufeng, as the disciple of the 3rd Great Protector, you're powerful. I won't punish you for killing an elder of the Azura Hall. However, when the Azura Hall comes to seek revenge in the future, I won't interfere. Azura Hall. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I don't mind destroying them. Lin Xian didn't care. Since he was going to destroy the Black Dragon sect sooner or later, it would be best if he could destroy the Azura Hall here. The mysterious voice in the sky didn't reply. Instead, it disappeared and didn't speak again. However, with the city governor's order, the surrounding people didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly dispersed. The Azura Hall disciples glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Then, they left with murderous intent. Needless to say, they must be looking for the Black Dragon sect to seek revenge. Lin Xian retracted his murderous intent and left with Murong Qingqing and the others. He didn't care about the Azura Hall. The only thing he was worried about was the Black Dragon sect leader. He didn't care about the others. If those people really pushed him too far, he wouldn't mind killing them in the Southern Desolation Ancient Town. After all, he had the king's killing array. No one could trap him. At most, he could just leave this place. Lin Xian and the Azura Hall disciples left. However, this matter didn't disappear. Instead, it swept through the entire Southern Desolation Ancient Town like a hurricane. In an instant, all the martial artists were talking about this matter. It's over. The Azura Hall is really done for this time. If they can't take revenge, they won't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Yeah. The elder of the Azura Hall was forced to kowtow 100 times. That's not all. He was even killed on the spot. This is a great humiliation. That Hua Wufing is too terrifying. Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed Nan Gonghao and the others? Chapter 1366. That Hua Wufing is too scary. Why do I feel that his strength has surpassed Nan Gonghao and the rest? Is this the disciple of the Guardian? Isn't this strength too strong? The crowd was shocked and many were envious. However, not everyone felt the same way. Fuck, what Hua Wufing? Let him come over. I'll kill him with one slap. Those were the disciples of the Blood Evil Hole. They had a good relationship with the Azura Hole. Hence, they were filled with killing intent when the Azura Hole suffered such a heavy blow. However, they did not dare to attack. After all, there were rules in the southern Yellow Ancient City. Only Lin Xian would be safe. The others could not do so. No one in history dared to challenge the rules of the ancient wilderness. Even the madmen from the Blood Evil Hall did not dare to attack. The only ones who could attack were the Azura Hole. The city governor had said that he would not interfere when the Azura Hole came to seek revenge on Lin Xian. That meant that the Azura Hall disciples were allowed to attack Lin Xian. However, the people from the Azura Hall seemed to have disappeared. They did not appear in front of the crowd. However, the crowd knew that the people from the Azura Hall could not have disappeared. They must have gathered somewhere to discuss revenge. Everyone was talking about it. As for Nan Gonghao and Blood Rogue, Ghostly and the rest naturally heard the news. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant as to attack the Azura Hall directly. Nan Gonghao frowned when he heard the news. He looked at the subordinate who came to report and asked, "Where's Xiao Ming? Is he not here yet?" Xiao Ming was the first branch leader of the Azura Hall. He was also one of the top sky prides of the younger generation. However, the subordinate quickly shook his head. "He's not here yet." Not only him, most of the Azura Hall's main forces are not here yet. I think they'll arrive in the southern Yellow Ancient Town the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Nan Gonghao narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Hua Wufing, I wanted to deal with you personally. However, you provoked the Azura Hole. Since that's the case, I'll let those madmen kill you. It'll save me the trouble of doing it myself." On the other side, Blood Rogue also received the news. The good relationship between the Blood Fiend Hall and the Azura Hall was not a joke. So when he heard the news, his face immediately darkened. There was even a trace of sharp killing intent in his eyes. However, it remained that he was not someone from the Azura Hole. Thus, even though he was furious, he did not lose his rationality. The fact that the other party was able to kill 3 of the Azura Hall's elders meant that the other party was definitely not weaker than him. At the very least, he was a prodigy. To deal with such a person, it was impossible for ordinary people to do it. Only a genius like him could possibly kill such a person. However, with the Dark Light Convention at such a critical juncture, it was impossible for him to casually make a move. It was not because of the rules of the southern desolate ancient town, but because of the octatic treasure chess game. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity. He had to use all of his energy to deal with this matter. Therefore, before that, he would not make a move. Taking a deep breath, he called for his subordinates and said in a low voice, "Pass down the order. Tell our Blood Fiend Hall's men not to provoke Hua Wufing during this period. Without my orders, no one is to act rashly. Do you hear me?" "Yes." A middle-aged man quickly agreed, but soon after, his face revealed a difficult expression, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong?" If you have something to say, say it quickly. Leader, Shueli has already gone to look for Hua Wufeng. What? Hearing his subordinate's words, Blood Hand immediately frowned. He did not expect his subordinates to be so impatient. Hurry up and call him back. He must not fight with Hua Wufeng. Seeing Blood Hand's expression, his subordinates knew that the situation was serious and quickly moved. On the other hand, Blood Hand's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Hua Wufeng, I advise you not to touch my men. Otherwise, after the Darklight Convention, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had returned to the Drunken Immortal Inn. Although today's incident had caused an uproar and shocked the entire Black Dragon sect, it was nothing to Lin Xian. Compared to young Master Ling Feng, the people from Azura Hall were much weaker. They were even weaker than the 8 big families. Therefore, Lin Xian did not take them seriously. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength and wait for the mysterious crystal to appear on the 3rd day. Once he obtained the mysterious crystal, he would leave this place and study the mysterious demon abyss. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed himself down and started to absorb the power of the sea god's ice in his body. After the previous cultivation, he had absorbed almost a third of it. Now, his ice martial soul was extremely terrifying. However, not long after. Suddenly, the air in the room fluctuated. A voice quickly sounded. Hua Wufeng, how dare you kill the people from the Azura Hole? Get out here. I am Shueli from the blood-killing hole. I will take your head and offer it to the brothers of the Azura Hole. The voice was ferocious and carried with it boundless killing intent. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of coldness in his gaze. However, he did not get up. Instead, he summoned his lightning martial soul. The lightning force in his body surged and quickly formed a human-shaped lightning in front of him. Then, the human-shaped lightning changed rapidly and gradually, Lin Xian's appearance appeared. On his body, a set of purplish-white armor formed. As soon as the figure appeared, he nodded slightly at Lin Xian before quickly disappearing on the spot. On the other hand, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. In a remote place in the ancient wilderness city, a crimson figure stood. The figure was tall and muscular. He wore a red armor and looked like a god of war. He was Shueli from the blood-killing hole. He was the one who had sent the voice out. At that moment, he was looking at the sky. He knew that the other party had received his message and would definitely come over. Indeed, not long after, he saw a purplish-white light flying over. Humph, he is here. When Shueli saw this, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that the other party would not come. As long as the other party came, he would let him know what regret was. Swoosh! A purplish-white light flashed and a purple figure appeared in front of him. The purplish-white armor on his body flashed with terrifying lightning. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. A lightning-based martial artist was just like the legends. Shueli could not tell that it was a lightning martial soul. He thought that it was Lin Xian. In the next moment, he stepped out and said coldly, "Kid, follow me back obediently. Kneel in front of the Azura Hall and accept your death. I will give you a quick death." Chapter 1367. Lin Xian's thunder martial soul didn't know how to speak, so Lin Xian's only response was to attack. With a punch, thunder and lightning surged. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning spread in all directions, forming a huge thunder and lightning cage that enveloped Shueli, your courting death. Shueli was furious. He had not expected his opponent to attack immediately. Immediately, he roared and quickly counterattacked. As an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, he was a violent and bloodthirsty person. At this moment, his attack was even more ferocious. The murderous intent around him surged. Together with the bloody aura, it formed a ferocious monster. Countless bloody murderous aura surrounded him, forming a solid light that made him look like a god of death. With a monstrous murderous intent, he quickly charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, Xueli and the Thunder Marshal's soul clashed. Suddenly, a terrifying energy spread in all directions. However, the battle only lasted for a short while before it ended. Lin Xian's Thunder Marshal's soul was extremely valiant. With a punch, it broke all the skills and shattered the sea of blood and the bones around him. Then, he threw out a palm that covered the sky and hit Xueli directly. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning formed a seal in his body, completely sealing his spiritual power. What? How is this possible? Xueli's spiritual power was sealed in an instant. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were filled with horror. He had not expected his opponent to be so powerful that he could be subdued in an instant. How is this possible? He screamed in disbelief. Only his master, Blood Hand, could subdue him in an instant. Could it be that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he could compete with his master? He did not understand. In the next moment, he felt his body shake. He was brought up into the sky by the Thunder Marshal's soul and flew quickly to the Drunken Immortal Inn. It was not dark yet, so there were many people on the streets of southern desolate ancient town. However, in the next moment, they all looked up at the sky and their mouths fell open. Damn, it can't be. That bloody figure. Isn't that someone from the Blood Fiend Hall? It's true. And it's an elite of the Blood Fiend Hall, a general of Blood Hand, Xueli. Why is he being dragged away? Who knows? Could there be another battle? Damn, look at that purple figure. Fuck, is that Hua Wufeng? Hua Wufeng. Everyone looked over carefully and indeed saw the purple figure. Immediately, their heads exploded. It can't be. I did feel the energy fluctuation just now. Could it be that Hua Wufeng and Xueli were the ones who did it? Madman. He was too arrogant. First, they killed the Azura Hall, and now they're making a move against the Blood Fiend Hall. This guy is crazy. It's over. He's definitely finished. The Blood Fiend Hall and the Azura Hall have always been on good terms. Now that the other party has made a move on the people of the Blood Fiend Hall, I'm afraid the Blood Fiend Hall will not rest until the other party is dead. That's also a group of lunatics. Furthermore, they're battle maniacs. Their battle prowess is incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid that no matter how strong Hua Wufeng is, he won't be able to defeat the entire Blood Fiend Hall. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were incomparably shocked, but this had nothing to do with the Thunder Marshal spirit. He was only responsible for bringing the blood force to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. After that, he waved his hand and several lightning bolts gathered to form chains, quickly wrapping around the blood force. Then, he hung the blood force above the Drunken Immortal restaurant. As for the Thunderbolt Martial soul, its figure flashed and disappeared into the void. No! You can't do this to me. Xueli was hanging in the air, he roared madly. The Drunken Immortal restaurant was the most prosperous place in the southern wilderness ancient town. The people who came and went were the elites of the various halls. However, he was hung at the entrance and everyone around saw him. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. This was not only a slap to his face, but also a slap to the Blood Fiend Hall's face. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were even more shocked. The effect was similar to kneeling down and kowtowing. Based on the Blood Fiend Hall's style of doing things, they would definitely not let Lin Xian off easily. Lin Xian did not care at all. He had already planned to destroy all the halls, not to mention hanging one person. Soon, the Thunder Martial spirit returned to Lin Xian's room and entered his body in a flash. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up as he continued to cultivate. Branch leader, branch leader. Something bad has happened. On the other side, a disciple of the Blood Fiend Hall quickly reported. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Blood Hand asked in a low voice. Is it about Xueli? Previously, he knew that Xueli had gone to look for Hua Wufeng, so he was especially concerned. It's about Xueli. The disciple's expression was very ugly. What's the news? Has Xueli been killed? Blood Hand asked. He had already thought of the worst-case scenario. He hasn't been killed, but, the disciple hesitated and finally said, but Xueli has been hung at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Now everyone knows. What? Hung at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Blood Hand's face turned black when he heard this. This was no longer a slap to the face, this was a slap to the face. And it was a violent kick. So Xueli allowed the other party to seal him and didn't resist. Blood Hand's voice was filled with murderous intent. Xueli's cultivation has been sealed by someone. He has no power to resist at all. Furthermore, that kid's lightning chains are extremely terrifying. A few of our disciples wanted to attack, but they were all injured by the power of lightning. Trash, a bunch of trash. Blood Hand roared crazily. He couldn't be involved in this matter. Otherwise, he would be humiliated. Go inform Blood Blade and ask him to save Xueli. Soon, Blood Hand regained his composure and ordered his subordinate in a low voice. The subordinate received the order and quickly left. However, the murderous intent in Blood Hand's eyes grew stronger. Hua Wufeng, you're arrogant. However, you'll pay for what you've done. Just you wait. After the octatic treasure chess game, I'll kill you with my own hands. At the end of his sentence, Blood Hand's entire face turned ferocious. On the other side, Blood Blade made his move. It was a young man. He was very handsome. He wore a blood-red robe and his waterfall-like hair was tied up on his head with a fork. He looked very handsome. His temperament was completely different from the other warriors in the Blood Slaughter Hall. If he walked outside, no one would think that he was from the Blood Slaughter Hall. However, he was the renowned Shuai Dao of the Blood Fiend Hall. He only needed one strike to kill, so he was named Blood Blade. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. He received Blood Hand's order and immediately moved out. Soon, he arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The surrounding warriors were shocked again. They didn't expect Blood Hand to send such a terrifying person. Blood Blade. Damn, it's really Blood Blade. Chapter 1368. The surrounding warriors were shocked again. They did not expect Blood Hand to send such a terrifying person. Blood Blade. Damn, he actually made a move. Looks like Blood Fiend Hall is really angry this time. They can't help it. Cousin's Elite was hung at the door. This is more painful than being slapped in the face. Of course they're angry. But what surprised me was that Hua Wufeng was so powerful. Just a few lightning chains were able to produce such power. Blood Fiend Hall was forced to send an expert like Blood Blade. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Blood Blade stood in front of Drunken Immortal Inn and looked at Xueli with narrowed eyes. Blade, save me. Xueli was in the air. When he saw Blood Blade's figure, he was overjoyed. Blood Fiend Hall's disciples had made a move before, but without exception, they were all defeated by the lightning. This drove Shweli crazy and even made him want to die. The news of him being hung up and beaten had spread. Countless people had seen it with their own eyes. He was too ashamed to live. If the spiritual power in his body had not been sealed, he would have self-destructed. However, Bloodblade had appeared when he was in despair. That was why he was so excited. He knew Bloodblade's power. Bloodblade was more terrifying than him. After all, Bloodblade's name was not given casually. Bloodblade narrowed his eyes. When he saw Shweli, his gaze became fierce. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed. Retreat. Bloodblade is about to make a move. Some of the older people's expressions changed drastically. The new warriors were very confused. What does Bloodblade's move have to do with us? He's not going to attack us. But in the next moment, they understood. This was because when Blood One Blade grabbed the blood-colored demonic blade at his waist, his entire temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. His originally carefree and calm expression immediately disappeared. It was replaced by a berserk attitude. A terrifying blood-colored gale surged out of his body and swept in all directions. A blood-colored light materialized and enveloped the entire street. His originally delicate and handsome face became incomparably grave and stern, as if he was a god of death. The saber light flashed like a scarlet lightning bolt, instantly charging into the sky. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. It directly cut the lightning chain apart. We're saved. Shweli heaved a sigh of relief and fell heavily to the ground. However, he couldn't care less about the pain. Instead, he quickly got up and tried to stop Blood One Blade. This was because Bloodblade was currently holding the blood-colored demonic saber as he strode towards the Drunken Immortal Inn. From the looks of it, he was probably looking for Lin Xian to fight. However, Shweli stopped him with all his might. No. What do you mean? Looking down on me? You think I can't beat him? Shui Dao's voice was ice-cold and contained a trace of madness. My name wasn't given randomly. I only need one stab to kill him. However, Shweli shook his head frantically. No, you can't go. It's not that I don't believe you, but that kid is really too strange. If anything happens to you, our Blood Fiend Hall will be completely destroyed. Beside him, a few disciples from the Blood Fiend Hall quickly stepped forward to stop him. That's right, Master Dao. Blood Hand Branch Leader has ordered us not to attack Hua Wufeng. Hearing Blood Hand's order, Bloodblade stopped in his tracks. Then, he stabbed the blood-colored demonic saber in his hand into the bridge. The moment his palm left the saber, the murderous aura on his body disappeared. He became confident and calm again. In that case, let's go. Bloodblade, who had returned to his normal state, said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked into the distance. The surrounding crowd immediately opened up a path for him. Even the new disciples retreated far away in fear. Now, they understood why he was called Blood One Blade. That saber strike was really too terrifying. No one could block it. Meanwhile, in the Drunken Immortal Inn, the dark red dragon looked down and quickly said, "Kid, the person you kidnapped has been rescued. Aren't you going to attack? Don't worry about them." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wasn't interested in attacking these people. Lin Xian's side was calm and peaceful. However, the elites of the various halls were extremely busy. Even on this quiet night, there were countless figures shuttling back and forth in the ancient city of the southern wilderness, reporting news after news. This was because what had happened during the day was too shocking. First, the disciples of the Azura Hall were killed. Then, the elders of the Azura Hall were pressed to the ground and kowtowed. Finally, 3 elders of the Azura Hall and more than 10 disciples of the Azura Hall were killed in public. Even the leader of the enforcement team was injured. However, the instigator, Hua Wufeng, didn't receive any punishment. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Black Dragon sect. Not only that, after this incident, the other party actually beat up the elites of the Blood Fiend Hall and trampled on their faces. It could be said that within a day, the other party had provoked the Azura Hall and the Blood Fiend Hall. It could be said that everyone was shocked. However, the elites of the various halls frowned because they didn't believe that a normal person could do this. Even a lunatic wouldn't dare to do this. This was because no matter how powerful the third guardian was, he couldn't attack 2 halls at the same time. Moreover, the other party was only a disciple of the third guardian. What exactly did he rely on for him to dare to do this? Some people even suspected that the other party wasn't even the third guardian's disciple. He might be a spy from the Martial Alliance. Therefore, all the halls sent people to investigate and even went to the Saint sect to investigate. However, the third guardian was in seclusion and they couldn't see him at all. Moreover, they couldn't be satisfied with the information they gathered. According to the information they gathered, this was the first time Hua Wufeng had come out of seclusion and no one had seen him before. In other words, other than the third guardian, no one knew whether this Hua Wufeng was real or not. However, the third guardian was in seclusion and they couldn't see him at all. Therefore, this matter became a mystery and they couldn't find out the truth. However, they still found a piece of information. When Hua Wufeng had just come out, his cultivation wasn't that high. He was only an 8th level honorable. However, the strength that he had displayed during the day was too terrifying. It was definitely the strength of a 9th level honorable. This information made them very suspicious. Many people's eyes even lit up. If the other party was really an imposter, he would definitely be dead. This was because the Southern Wilderness ancient town didn't only have the younger generation. There were countless older generation experts and even extremely terrifying existences like the city governor. As long as those people attacked, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. However, they weren't completely confident. Moreover, they were only guessing about the other party's cultivation. Therefore, it wasn't enough to attract the older generation to attack. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.